Good evening. Welcome to the December 2020 meeting of the Arlington County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission advises the County Board on matters pertaining to planning and development in the community. My colleagues and I hope that everyone is staying safe and healthy. This month, December, we have 2 evenings scheduled for public hearings. Tonight, Tuesday, December 1st, we'll be hearing an update to the Green Building Incentive Policy for site plan projects. And we'll hear the RTA for proposed changes to the residential parking permit program. On Thursday, December 3rd, we'll be hearing an update from the county's Racial and Equity Chief Officer, changes to the county's zoning ordinance regarding outdoor cafes, and we'll hear PC committee reports and elect our chair and vice chair for 2021. There are some items I'm required to share now. For the safety of our staff and residents, we are holding this meeting virtually, as we did for July, September, October, and November. Welcome to our commissioners, to county staff, to applicants, and to community members who are all joining us remotely. We are legally authorized to hold this meeting virtually based on the governor's executive orders, legislation adopted by the Virginia General Assembly, and the County Board's Continuity of Operations Ordinance that was adopted in March 2020. Before we begin, I have a few specifics to orient everyone to our virtual environment. Today's meeting is available as a broadcast with closed captioning on Comcast Xfinity channels 25 and 1085, Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40, and the county website. Audio of today's meeting is available via phone. If commissioners, presenters, speakers lose internet connectivity during the meeting, please reconnect with us by phone. Use the number provided in the Teams. Registered speakers have received Ms. Johnson's telephone number in their speaker registration confirmation. For other presenters and speakers joining us through Teams, please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called upon. Please turn off your sound to any other devices to minimize interference. Please keep your cameras off until you're ready to speak, and for commission members, you can leave your cameras on during discussion so I can see you. When you're called upon to speak, you have to unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon that's located on the meeting command bar. I don't have neither I nor the moderator have the ability to unmute you. If you're dialing in by phone, press *6 to unmute. Commissioners, if you want to be recognized to speak, raise your hand if you have the raise hand icon, or unmute yourself, or otherwise signal me so that I know that you're waiting to speak. Public speakers, you'll be called upon by the clerk at an assigned time. Pre-registration to speak was required, and we cannot accommodate additional speakers at this point. Public comment will take place within the same timeframes as we would provide at an in-person meeting. Speakers have 3 minutes to comment as individuals and 5 minutes if you're representing an organization. The meeting chat is active for presenters or commissioners who need technical assistance only. Do not use the meeting chat for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for more information. All public comment must be shared virtually for the record during the assigned public testimony period. And lastly, this is a public forum. Today's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county website. All information associated with the meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to Freedom of Information Act requirements. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the first item?
Good evening. Our first item is the updates to the Green Building Incentive Policy for site plan projects. We have 2 staff who will be presenting. That's Joan Kelsch and Jessica Aberland.
Welcome, Ms. Kelsch, Ms. Aberland.
Thank you. Thanks for having us tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen. Hold on just a second. Okay. Give me a thumbs up, Jessica. Can you see that?
Yep,
Great.
looks good.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you for having us tonight. We're very happy to be here. Chair Guerra and Vice Chair Latelme, we're very glad to be here tonight. Thank you all for the efforts you've put into this work so far. We've talked with several of you about the details of this and appreciate your input. As you know, the Green Building Incentive Policy is available to all site plan projects, offering a small amount of bonus density in exchange for a commitment to energy efficiency and other sustainability components with the purpose of reducing the overall environmental impact of site plan projects. It is very important to note that participation in the program is voluntary. Developers participate if they want to and if it suits the project. In recent years, nearly all site plan projects have participated. The program costs the county nothing except for staff time, and the program costs the developers no more than they are willing to pay for the benefit. They get a little extra space to lease for the life of the building in exchange for designing, constructing, and operating a building with a focus on energy and sustainability. The county benefits from reduced environmental impact and economic development in the form of high-performing buildings. The policy was put in place in 2000 and has been updated several times, most recently in 2014. This update in 2020 focuses heavily on energy efficiency, both in how the building is designed and built, as well as in how it performs once it is occupied. We've included a few general sustainability components in the policy this time as well. We did extensive community engagement, as we always do. We met with stakeholders with varying interests to build consensus on the final proposed policy. There's a list on the screen. We met with a handful of commissions. We've met with NAOP, the development group, private developers. We had an advisory group of building experts, energy consultants, engineers. We've met with other business interests, the Chamber of Commerce and utilities. We've met extensively with environmental groups, Eco Action Arlington, people interested in biophilia, other environmental interests. And we used the new Conveo online engagement tool, which I know several of you provided comments on, and that was quite successful this time. We're quite happy with that. So it is high time to update the policy. Procedurally, the policy says we have to update it every 3 to 5 years, and we are at the far end of that range at the moment. We had hoped to come before the board sooner, but the pandemic slowed us down, so we're now several months behind, and we're feeling a little pressure to get this done sooner rather than later. More importantly than those timeframes, though, is that the Community Energy Plan sets a county goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. And in order to get there, we need buildings to be increasingly energy efficient in the upcoming years. On average, new buildings should be 50% more energy efficient than code. There are still technology challenges, and we will not get there overnight. But if some buildings are net zero, some are 25% more energy efficient, some get their energy from renewables like solar, then the overall average will meet our target. And to get there, we have to start now. We have to make sure we are incentivizing performance that exceeds the status quo. So the policy needs to stay ahead of both building code updates and updates to the LEED rating system, and needs to take into account new technologies now available in the market. I'm going to hand it over to Jessica Averland to go over the proposed changes to the policy.
Okay, thanks, Joan. So I'm going to get into some of the more detailed criteria, but first I wanted to go through this graph briefly that shows history of participation in the program since its very beginning in the early 2000s. So after a slow start when LEED certification was brand new, participation in the program since then has been very good. In 2015, there shows a little bit of a bump where a number of projects rushed to get in before our last update went through and those new criteria kicked in. In 2019, that shows what we're calling the Amazon bump, a lot of new development there. And in the next slide, I'll go over the basic structure of the program with the proposed changes. So at any level of participation, LEED Gold across the board is now the minimum in this proposed policy, as is a specific minimum commitment to energy efficiency and baseline prerequisites. And I'll go through those baseline prerequisites in an upcoming slide in more detail. For the higher levels of bonus density, we're proposing to offer a number of extra items that the developer would have to choose from, and that's in addition to a commitment to an increasing Energy Star performance score that measures performance post-occupancy. So for the 0.35 level in the second column, they would choose 3 items from that extra list. For the 0.45 level of bonus FAR, they would choose the 4 items from that list. And for the 0.55 level, they would choose 6. And I'll show those extra list options as well in an upcoming slide. For a commitment to zero carbon or net zero energy certification, we propose 0.70 FAR bonus, because that's quite a stretch beyond what LEED Gold plus the extra items would require. With the 0.55 level, we're aiming for criteria that's somewhere in the middle between LEED Gold and zero carbon certification. So that's a big picture overview. And in the next slide, I'll go through how the commitment increases as the amount of bonus awarded increases. So again, this is an increase in criteria from one level to the next. If you look at the second column, for example, for 0.35 FAR bonus, everything is the same as in the 0.25 FAR bonus level, except that the Energy Star score is set at 80 instead of 75, and the developer must incorporate into the project 3 items from the extra list. At the 0.45 level in the third column, the developer must commit to a 25% energy savings and Energy Star score of 85 and 4 items from the extra list, and so on. So those last 2 slides outline the basic structure of the program, and now we'll go into a little bit more detail of the key revisions compared to our existing policy that was last majorly updated in 2014. Oh, Joan, there should be a prerequisite list.
I don't think that's
gotcha.
in, this particular. I know. I'm sorry. This is the Planning Commission slideshow.
Okay. So one notable difference is that LEED Gold, the difference between the 2014 policy that we're operating under right now and the proposed update is that LEED Gold is the minimum at any level of participation. In addition, because there's a huge gap between what a developer would have to do in order to earn LEED Gold certification and what they would have to do to earn net zero or zero carbon, we created a bridge level of criteria at the 0.55. So that pulls elements from the zero carbon certification that are achievable today, sort of a zero carbon light level. Next slide. And getting back to the baseline criteria, we've increased the minimum energy efficiency commitment from 5%, which is what the baseline is in our policy today. We've upped that to a 20% commitment. In addition, any participating project would have a performance commitment to show that the building is operating as intended, and that uses the Energy Star score, as I mentioned previously. The next slide shows the remainder of the baseline criteria. Those are mainly energy-related measures, like a minimum number of electric vehicle charging stations, renewable energy, and then there are also other sustainability priorities that are addressed, including racial equity, light pollution, bird-friendly materials, and human-nature interaction, otherwise known as biophilia. So those were all of the prerequisites, the minimum for participation at any level. And in the next slide, I'll give an overview of those extra list options, or this slide. Thank you, Joan. You're anticipating my every word. We've given this presentation before. So as a reminder, to earn higher levels of bonus, the developer would have to commit to incorporating a number of these items into the development. 3 at the 0.35 level, 4 at the 0.45 level, and 6 at the 0.55 bonus level. Items on the extra list include even more renewable energy than is required as a baseline prerequisite, on-site energy storage, even more electric vehicle charging stations than in the prerequisite, electrification of certain building systems, even more energy efficiency than is required in the baseline prerequisite, low carbon materials, and affordable housing. In addition, the highest levels of FAR bonus are options for a commitment to more rigorous rating systems, including passive house, net zero energy, and zero carbon. Next slide. So also new with this policy update is an automatic criteria increase that would go into effect June 30th, 2023. So specifically, the minimum commitment for energy efficiency would bump up slightly to keep up with anticipated market trends. Next slide. We also had a lot of questions about the equity criteria that we added as a prerequisite, so we thought that it would be worth explaining in a little more detail today. We added this criteria in support of the County Board's equity resolution that was adopted in 2019, which calls for all county policies to be viewed through an equity lens. The provision that we included in this green building policy encourages firms on the development team to create and implement racial equity, diversity, and inclusion programs within their business operations. This provision was modeled after language that was used by DHS for a recent RFP and also used by housing in the NOFA criteria for AHIF funding. There's also an extra list option for development projects that are able to incorporate equity provisions for operations and maintenance staff. So those were all, that was an overview of the key revisions to the program. And in this slide, I want to give a relatively quick summary of the feedback that we received from stakeholders. As Joan said, we did extensive stakeholder engagement starting in April, and I'm going to do my best in this short amount of time to summarize that. We made numerous revisions to the program as a result, and we think it was a really good process. It's worth reminding everyone that Arlington does not have the authority to require anything above building code, and so this is a voluntary program. And because it's voluntary, it has to be a partnership between building developers and the county. It's sort of this optimization exercise to make sure that the criteria is rigorous enough that we are developing leading edge buildings that are striving towards our community energy plan goals, but not so difficult that we lose participation because the value of the density is not enough for the cost of those criteria. So in summary, two opposing sides of the debate on the policy criteria are the developers represented by NAIOP and E2C2, now called C2E2, and other environmental groups. And what we saw were the main two major points of contention are the electrification of building systems. In other words, not using natural gas boilers for heating and hot water. So that's one. And the second is electric vehicle charging and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. C2E2 and environmental groups want more, developers want less, and we think that we found a sweet spot in the middle that's achievable. The same is true for the discussion on equity, and we think that we found the middle ground there as well. So the first three of each of those are sort of, I just went over. If I can call your attention to under NAIOP, the fourth item, on-site solar. NAIOP was also concerned about the prerequisite for on-site renewable energy. And as a result, we added a couple of options to address their concerns and improve flexibility there. We also originally had a wall mock-up as a prerequisite, but took that out after major pushback. And another sticking point was the Energy Star score, specifically the base level. At the base level, they gave us feedback that the Energy Star score of 80, so at 0.25, was a deal breaker, and so we lowered that to 75. And the other levels, we also ratcheted back. Under E2C2, a few of the other places we received a lot of feedback was on human interaction with nature, in other words, biophilia, bird-friendly facades and those criteria, and a requirement to review this policy every 3 years instead of every 3 to 5 years, as we have written in the policy. There's still a push for electrification of building system requirements that staff does not recommend. And so with that summary, I'll hand it back over to Joan and to wrap up.
Great, thank you, Jessica. We wanted to just give a quick overview of what other jurisdictions in the region are doing. Arlington was the first jurisdiction in the region to address green buildings in the late 1990s. I'm getting some feedback. Can somebody mute themselves? Thank you. Because of the Dillon rule in Virginia, we adopted a voluntary program administered through our zoning ordinance back in the year 2000. Other jurisdictions followed suit, most notably in Washington, D.C. and Montgomery County. They are not hamstrung by the same Dillon limitations and have the ability to require developers to achieve certain standards. We can't require that, we have to incentivize it. So they're able to adopt a more stringent building code, which means they don't need LEED or other green building rating systems to bump them to higher energy efficiency standards. So in Washington, D.C., they have adopted the International Green Construction Code in lieu of standard building codes. The IGCC, as it's known, stipulates stricter overall energy efficiency requirements. In addition, in DC, commercial buildings larger than 50,000 square feet are required to meet at least the LEED certified level, which is the baseline level beneath silver. And they also have some pretty stringent requirements for green infrastructure and stormwater management. In Montgomery County, they use the IGCC as well, which gives them a higher baseline energy requirement. And they also offer additional incentives for higher efficiency levels above that. So for buildings larger than 10,000 square feet, building owners can apply for a property tax credit for up to 4 years if the building is 10% or more energy efficient above the IGCC standards. Montgomery County also offers an additional tax credit for buildings that achieve LEED Gold or higher. On our side of the river in Alexandria, they just a year ago passed a green building policy that asks developers to achieve LEED Silver with some specific energy efficiency and renewable energy requirements. They include a flexibility provision so developers can ask for leniency on a case-by-case basis. And if the project doesn't meet the standards once it's built, the developer must seek relief through a site plan amendment. The policy is less than a year old, and so they don't have a lot of data to show how it's working yet. Fairfax takes a less stringent approach. They ask for LEED certification at the lowest level, but only through proffers and development conditions. And their policy recommends higher LEED certifications in places like Tyson's Corner, where they have stricter development or more dense development. And as a guideline in those areas, they ask commercial developers to achieve at least LEED Silver and multifamily projects to achieve at least the LEED certified baseline. So our next steps, we're in the middle of that right now. We're Planning Commission December 1st, yay. And we're hoping to go to the board on December 12th. And with that, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for an excellent report. I appreciate your explaining how this program is voluntary and collaborative and how it differs from other programs with which we might be familiar. And I think you did a really wonderful job outlining the proposed changes. This is a lot of complicated information. Some of us have seen this several times, and we still have questions. And I appreciate you adding in the feedback, both from the community and the environmental groups and the development community. So with that, we will go to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment for this item?
Yes, we do. Let me share my screen. Okay. For our first item, our first speaker is Joan McIntyre.
Welcome, Ms. McIntyre.
Good evening. So I'm ready to start. I'm Joan McIntyre. I'm speaking on behalf of Eco Action Arlington. Eco Action Arlington is pleased with many of the proposed requirements in the revised green building incentive policy, setting LEED Gold as the baseline standard, prioritizing energy efficiency, including requirements for EV charging infrastructure and rooftop solar. It is not clear, however, how the county's goals for renewable energy and carbon neutrality will be achieved under this policy. With buildings accounting for 58% of Arlington's greenhouse gas emissions, all new buildings and ultimately all buildings must become zero carbon, meaning highly energy efficient, all electric, and powered by renewable energy. Critical to meeting the standard, the use of on-site fossil fuel systems must be eliminated. The proposed revision does not provide a pathway to all electric buildings, and continuing to rely on such systems will lock in carbon emissions for decades to come. The Green Building Incentive Policy should require all electric systems as part of the baseline, with some temporary allowances for multifamily residents and hotels over a certain height to be phased out on a set timeline within 5 years. The recent study by Steve Winters Associates on building electrification demonstrates that with early design considerations, such a shift is feasible for all systems within the next few years, even for high rises. HVAC systems are identified as mature, and where height constraints exist, engineers and manufacturers can design layouts with plants on intermediate floors, rooftops, and exterior grounds to address these constraints, quoting from the study. Similarly, ventilation systems, which commonly use natural gas, can be designed in conjunction with the heating and cooling systems to be efficient without relying on natural gas or electric resistance. Centralized hot water systems are still a challenge, but are being piloted in larger buildings now. EcoAction Arlington is also concerned that the voluntary nature of the policy will allow developers to opt out of the program while still seeking zoning changes and large increases in density through the SPRC process by offering other community benefits. Arlington is a highly coveted location for developers. The county board and staff need to make clear, in return, that developers are expected to support the county's carbon emission goals. While the process helps ensure that the county will receive numerous and important community benefits, our climate goals must be non-negotiable. We are facing a climate crisis, and this year's experience of record-breaking heat, hurricanes, wildfires, floods, and other extreme weather events are lining up with some of the worst-case scenarios of climate models. The future of our community and our families is at stake, and the county government and developers should step up and do their part.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, would you call the second speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne.
Hello. Yes, I'm Bernard Byrne. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I sent you a long comment on your through your website, and I hope so you had a chance to read it, because it's kind of technical. But basically, one of the things I'm most concerned about is the biocompatibility narrative, which is basically a statement that the developers can make or should make about putting various things up biocompatibility into the project, which includes things like green space, open space, some specifics like butterfly gardens. The problem here is that this does not give them any extra points and no extra density, and that really needs to be in the extra list items. There should be something in there about the biocompatibility narrative needs to be completed, and also the project has to contain things that implement what's in the narrative. Otherwise, it's really meaningless. It's just paperwork, and it just doesn't mean anything because there's no extra credit for it. No increased densities. That's the more general statement. Anyway, that should really look at that and see how you can put that into the extra list items so that they do get credit for it. Remember that when you increase give bonus densities and things, you actually can hurt the environment because you increase energy use and increase pollution. So you need to really put these trade-offs in there. Okay, that's biocompatibility. One specific item I had in biocompatibility is it has a number of different recommendations that they can put in if they wish to, but they don't include one about putting milkweed in for monarch butterflies. This was something that the county board passed about 3 years ago, and it basically said they should, for the county and the developers, and everyone should help increase the population of monarchs, which, as everyone knows, is falling, by planting milkweed. So if you just add to that narrative, little statement there about, which I wrote there, that creates that it has the biocompatibility narrative should include milkweed for monarch butterflies reproduction. The other thing is equity. Equity, I'm not sure that should really be in there, because should they really be a bonus density just for equity? I mean, the other policies should handle this. But one big problem with this is it says their definition of equity is not the same as the county. The county says it's for all populations. That includes things like people with LBGT, different physical handicaps. This one, though, restricts it only to racial and ethnic, and that's wrong. It's discriminatory against the other populations, such as those in some neighborhoods. And so this should really just say for understanding equity for all populations, instead of specifying racial and and ethnicity. It's simply unfair and it's discriminatory. And you really have to follow what the county board's resolution says, not what you think it should say. Either that or just exclude the whole thing and wait for the county to come up with standard language you put in all of these policies. Remember, you're giving bonus density for this, and just putting bonus density for equity does not really seem right. It should be a requirement, but the equity should be consistent with what the county board's resolution says, and not just decide that, oh yeah, a lot of people are in racial, therefore we want to put that in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Clement.
Yes, welcome members of the Planning Commission. I'm Audrey Clement, a Westover resident. I applaud staff's proposed measures to strengthen the county's green building incentive policy, the GBP, including LEED Gold and Energy Star certification, installation of rooftop solar Energy Star appliances, and EV charging stations. However, the inclusion of a racial equity requirement as a component of a GBP is both misplaced and redundant, since the county already has an equity resolution declaring its commitment to racial justice. Also, as community activist Suzanne Sundberg points out, the biophilia requirement is rendered meaningless by the bonus density awarded for implementation of the new standard. She says, quote, with site plans, the entire site is typically excavated to build an underground garage, which means every tree and every blade of grass is scraped away. Even if you tried to save a portion of the site with existing trees, the nearby excavation would likely lower the water table in that area, leaving the trees without access to underground water supply that is necessary for survival. We're not building a lot of strictly commercial office space these days, so most of what is being built via site plan will be subject to affordable housing bonus density, with the county board having nearly unlimited ability to change or waive whatever requirements currently exist to limit the impact on the site. This is the problem with all of Arlington's so-called environmental plans, policies, and programs. They are directly contradicted or offset by other competing plans, policies, and regulations. Though I certainly see the desirability of the proposed GBP, I have to wonder whether it will simply end up being like the rest of Arlington's faux green window dressing that is little used or whose use is perverted and then rendered meaningless by all the added hardscape and built infrastructure. Kind of like putting a lipstick on a pig? Yes, you can do it, but why bother? Biophilic facilities are not natural systems. They are artificial by definition, and they are unlikely to produce equivalent balanced ecosystems. Once you've destroyed a truly natural site and its infrastructure, it's game over. Board and staff choose to ignore this reality and wish to pacify or hoodwink those who want meaningful conservation and preservation by offering empty plans and ineffectual programs that are then placed in a drawer, never to see the light of day, but are used to apply for awards and tout in press releases and marketing materials. Even if some of these green options were implemented in the occasional site plan, the question is, what is the marginal environmental benefit? Given that the offset is more built infrastructure. Better than nothing, I suppose, but not by much. End of quote.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is Connie Erickson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Erickson.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Connie Erickson. I speak on behalf of the more than 4,500 members of Audubon Society of Northern Virginia. Audubon appreciates DES taking steps in the proposed revision of the green building incentive policy to promote protecting birds from window collisions. Although the proposal falls short of the more comprehensive set of protections Audubon endorsed in its earlier comments, we still see the proposal as a welcome, helpful first step. we would like to offer 2 recommendations for your consideration for increasing the proposed protections. First, as we noted in our earlier comments, we recommend that the standard for bird-friendly materials apply not just to the exterior wall envelope between 8 and 36 feet above grade, but also apply to the envelope from grade up to 8 feet. The applicable third-party standards apply from the ground up for a reason. That is that birds easily can be confused by transparent glass at the ground level. My own experience at my residence is that the highest incidence of bird window strikes before I applied decals to unscreened windows was on my storm door, which is ground level to 7 feet. The deterrents I used, 1/4-inch square decals in a 2-inch by 2-inch grid, has stopped the bird strikes while still allowing me to see outside from inside, as well as inside from the outside. The decals in that 2-inch grid pattern, or even a 2-inch by 4-inch pattern, a pattern which could be replicated in fritted glass, do not limit or distort visibility or limit light travel in either direction. Accordingly, Audubon strongly urges the Planning Commission to reconsider the ground level to 8-foot limit in the current proposed standards. Fritted glass in that pattern could still meet county standards for retail transparency and safety. Second, Audubon urges the Commission to consider including compliance with LEED pilot credit number 55, the bird collision deterrence standard, as one of the options in the extra list, which could be employed to qualify for increased bonus density above the 0.25 FAR level. Although we acknowledge that the LEED standard includes the highest level of protection for collision deterrence to the building's first 36 feet, collisions can and do occur at higher levels, particularly for migrating birds, which are vulnerable to confusion from glass and outdoor lighting. Including that standard as an option would increase the program's flexibility and at the same time could increase the county's embrace of biophilic principles. Audubon appreciates your consideration of its comments. And I'm done before the clock ran out.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson.
Our last speaker on this item is John Bloom.
Welcome, Mr. Bloom.
Good evening. So I am John Bloom. I'm chair of the commission, formerly known as E2C2, and now known as the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. That's a change the board made last month. So the C2E2, as we're known now, sent a letter to the board in November, and I'd like to walk through some of the key elements of our position. First, I'd like to point out, as an earlier speaker mentioned, that about 58% of Arlington's greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings, so that eliminating greenhouse gas emissions from buildings is the central challenge in Arlington's goal of becoming a carbon neutral county. Every building that we build today that is not carbon neutral takes us farther away from our goal. And we can't become carbon neutral overnight, but our new buildings have to come as close as they can, as soon as they can. With that in mind, our letter starts out enumerating the many good aspects of the update. And I won't go into detail. Other speakers have done that, but there are many, many good points. And I will say that we're grateful for the dedication and expertise of staff and their dedication in their efforts to find the right balance between climate and environmental concerns and economic concerns. We outlined 2 areas where we didn't come to the same conclusions they did and where we think the policy can be and should be strengthened. First, C2E2 recommends that the green building policy be fully updated in 3 years. This change this change is necessary for the policy to keep pace with changes in building technology and practices, which are evolving more rapidly today than in the past as the world comes to grips with and addresses the climate crisis. This change is also consistent with commercial energy codes, which are updated on a 3-year cycle. Above all, this change is necessary for Arlington to have any chance of achieving its more ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals. Essentially, we must find and implement ways to accelerate progress. And this is one example of the kinds of changes we must make. The second area where we feel the policy needs strengthening is in building electrification. And a couple of speakers and staff have already addressed that and what it is, but basically it means moving away from burning fossil fuels on site in a building for energy. And these days that mostly means natural gas. But once a building is all electric, it becomes operationally carbon neutral automatically as the electricity supply becomes carbon neutral. We were disappointed to find that there were no requirements related to electrification in the green building policy until you reach the very highest level of kind of bonus density that hasn't been achieved by any buildings to date. That is, or at least not any of our commercial site plan buildings. That is net zero and zero carbon buildings. All the other categories have no requirements, and there are 2 optional kind of extra list items that a builder could select. But they're 2 out of 13, and so obviously it's easy to avoid them as well. So in our letter, we recommended several requirements that developers could meet today. And 2 of them are informational items only, specifically a zero carbon assessment and an electric ready report. And those are outlined, or a few more details are given in our letter. So we would like to see these measures, that is both additional electrification measures and the 3-year update, added to the policy. And the electrification measures, we believe, should be baseline prerequisites. And we urge the Planning Commission to adopt these recommendations in its report to the board. That's it. Thank you very much for your time, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is that the last of our public speakers?
Yes, that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any other commissions wishing to speak to this item? Commissioner Bagley, did you want to weigh in with the PRC letter?
Yes, thank you. Yes, as you know, I am the Commission's liaison to Parks and Rec this year, and they've asked me to give a summary of the letter that they've sent to the County Board today. In it, they generally support the effort of the policy update, but they encourage future negotiations with developers to press for stronger bird-friendly building standards, and expect that biophilia will be emphasized in negotiations with developers despite their officially voluntary nature. And then they support regular updates to this policy given continuing changes in community priorities concerning environmental standards and urban design. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bagley. With no other commissions present, we're ready for our LRPC report. Commissioner Schroll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So staff gave a really good overview of the policy, so I will not go over that again. The materials do a good job, and Ms. Aberland and Ms. Kelch did good job of providing that overview. The LRPC did hold a meeting on September 29th of this year to discuss the proposal as it stood at that time, particularly the transition to LEED Gold, the kind of modified baseline prerequisites that Ms. Aberlin walked through, and then that list of extra options as well, including the automatic update. The proposal before us tonight does address many issues that planning commissioners, other commissions, civic associations, other stakeholders have been raising for years, which is that we've been giving bonus density at LEED Silver. And so this proposal before us does move us to a baseline of LEED Gold and Earthcraft Gold as the baseline standard. It does establish a baseline for energy efficiency. It's something that now C2, E2, something that they've been raising for a number of years, and does propose increased energy efficiency in the next update. As was mentioned, it does include biophilic standards, bird-friendly glass design standards, requirements for electric vehicle charging, renewable energy, among others. And then the extra, and those are all included in the baseline prereqs. The extra list does allow developers to go beyond that to provide additional EV charging, renewable energy, and address other issues. So as has been stated, this really does move the ball forward to a great degree for addressing a number of issues, for trying to make our buildings more energy efficient. There remains to be some issues that we should, I think, discuss, and some were raised by Mr. Bloom previously, and I'm sure there are others. Kind of chief among them, I think, is that question Mr. Bloom put to us is, are we, and I think others have raised as well, does this proposal get us to our county energy plan goals of being carbon neutral by 2050? There are some technological barriers as well that may prohibit that, but are we doing what we can? Being mindful that this is a voluntary program and that we do need to balance participation in it so we can get the best we can with trying to push the ball forward. One of those big pieces is how far can we push building electrification right now, and then what should we be looking for in the 2023 update? Another piece to this is kind of the electric vehicle component. So this proposal does require in the baseline requirements, 4% of the spaces need to have electric vehicle charging, and then 15% need to be EV ready. And then that ratchets up in the additional credits. Within the next 3 to 5 years, electric vehicles are going to be at cost parity with internal combustion engine vehicles. So we are going to be seeing in the not too distant future an increased demand for electric vehicle charging. So how do we tackle that? How do we make sure that we have enough electric capacity in the future to kind of tackle these issues? Those are some of the main ones on my list. I've provided kind of a general list of discussion topics in the email I circulated on Sunday, including a discussion of the new baseline of LEED Gold, the density, proposed density tiers, the baseline prerequisites, and the extra list of options that's provided. A discussion about our community energy plan targets. How does this new proposal fit into that? Are we going to get there? And then finally, the automatic update of the policy in 2023. And I think incumbent in that is also a discussion of how this policy should be updated in future years. I circulated at around 6 p.m. tonight revised suggested motions. So please, those are in your email box. I would now like to, I know that Commissioner Siegel has also been working on this project for a number of years, for the Planning Commission. And I know she has some additional insights to share that I think can certainly fit into some of the discussion framework that we have. But I know that she's been working on this diligently as well. So I'll pass back to Madam Chair, but I know that our Commissioner Siegel will have additional insights to share and perhaps help frame our discussion this evening. So thanks, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner Schroll. Yes, Commissioner Siegel, we would love to hear from you. You have served as liaison to E2C2, now C2E2, worked on the community energy plan, and have had a lot of meetings getting into the weeds on these issues. So I think between you and Commissioner Schroll, we'll be really up to date with putting our fingers on the pulse of where the community is on this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Gearan, and thank you very much, Commissioner Schroll. Appreciate that. First thing I want to say is I just want to compliment Green Building staff, Joan and Jennifer, for a really fine job. I know in addition to their technical expertise, their ability to get way down in the weeds and sort through conflicting perspectives, testing them against aspiration and reality is just extremely fine-tuned, and I have a great deal of respect. And we're really lucky to have you as our Arlington staff on this really very important, urgent, an issue that shades from important to urgent that has been recognized tonight by some of our speakers. Having said that, first I want to just talk about some of the issues that struck me as I read through the materials, and I would just raise those for discussion. I was hoping we could, and I really do also appreciate Commissioner Schroll's excellent summary of the many issues that were presented to us. So thank you, Commissioner Schroll, for that. It was extremely helpful. I had hoped, in addition to the general discussion outline, which I think is a very good one, that we might look a little more deeply into the building electrification issue. That is one. And the reason is, as a SPRC participant, we look at a building that's built today that is meant to be with us for 60 years. And it does seem to me that there are preliminary steps that we can ask of developers now, starting now with this update, that would at least make these buildings electrification ready, just as we do with EV. You can have EV stations and you can have EV ready facility. So I hope we can discuss that a little bit. I think another issue that we might want to consider, I noticed a comment from NIOP about the cost of doing business in Arlington. We may want to address that. I have my own framework for thinking about that, but perhaps that's something we could also address. So that's all I have to say for now, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Siegel. All right, so this is what I have, colleagues. The item is now with the Commission. These are the discussion topics I have based on Commissioner Schroll's report, our community comment, and Commissioner Siegel's comments. The new minimum of LEED Gold and Earthcraft Gold, the new bonus density tiers, baseline prerequisites, extra list options, including, I'm going to throw in there what Ms. Erickson referred to as the LEED Pilot Credit 55, community energy plan and the targets and how do we get close to that, the automatic update of the green building policy, including the timing, bird friendly, and this gets at the ground up issue. Building electrification now and the 2023 update, EV charging, and the cost of doing business in Arlington. Would anybody like to add anything to that list? Commissioner Peterson.
I was interested in hearing more about the diversity element and how it has changed after communications with stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Adding that to the list. Commissioner Lantelmi.
Yes, thank you. This may just be a clarifying question, but I would like to talk a little bit about the dark sky component, and really it's more of an adjunct to that. Is lighting, and with LEDs right now, there's no standards for what the warmth of it is, the color of it is, the temperature, and whether that should be part of this also.
Thank you. Adding that to the list. The only other thing I want to add, and I think this is a clarifying question, this gets to an item that Ms. McIntyre raised. If staff can help us understand what would keep developers from going out and still seeking density and offering to provide other community benefits rather than working through the green building plan. I think this gets at what Ms. Aberland and Ms. Kelsch were saying with trying to find a balance and work collaboratively with the development community. But I do want to, I want to spend a moment discussing that before we get into some of the other specifics. Anyone else? Commissioner Land, tell me your hand is still up. Okay. With that, Ms. Kelsch, Ms. Aberland, could you weigh in on what Ms. McIntyre raised? Thank you.
So what specifically in there did you want to start with?
It was more general. It was the idea that what would keep developers from deciding we want to come in here and we want to build and we want to get extra density. We don't really want to provide all of these green options. We'll offer to provide a different community benefit.
I see, yeah. What we are looking to do is be mindful of any baseline prerequisite criteria that might dissuade participation in the program overall, and then forfeit any of the really good energy efficiency gains and renewable energy gains of the project. Things that we're mindful of are the cost of the prerequisites that might dissuade participation, a lack of clarity in exactly what the technological solution is to a prerequisite. Those are some of the big ones. Joan, would you add anything else?
I think just finding the balance between making it too difficult so people don't participate. I'm wondering if Matt Pfeiffer wants to weigh in a little bit on the issue of where developers find density and how they balance those different. I don't know if that's what you're getting at also, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear what you thought about that issue, because that's sort of a different area than what we were focusing on, but it is relevant. And also, if you could, before we ask Mr. Pfeiffer, I assume you have an ongoing sense of where the development community is, since you work with a lot of the same developers over and over. So you probably get unsolicited anecdotal feedback all the time.
I think we do. I think the best feedback we get is that nearly every site plan project in the last several years has participated in the program. And the negotiation on density, and this is where Mr. Pfeiffer might weigh in a little bit more. There are all sorts of public and community benefits that are out there. And I think planning staff does the very difficult work of balancing them all to find the right selection of community benefits that earn that density based on the site, the area plan, community input, county needs, all of that sort of stuff. So
it's very helpful to hear that most everyone is opting to participate as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer, did you want to add to that?
Sure, I could just say, first, thank you, Chair Guerin, for calling me. I'll turn on my camera so everybody can see me. But I actually think Ms. Kelsch summed up the issue pretty succinctly. Since the change in our bonus density policy last year, I think it was December 2019, green building bonus density is sort of now in the same category in our zoning ordinance as other categories of bonus density. So I think she touched on, the area in which a project is located and what policies we have for incentivizing certain types of contributions, be they affordable housing, green building, or other. And really it is a discussion and a proposal by the county manager to the county board, and they have the ultimate, authority to approve a community benefits package. Again, I would go back to the policies that we have in specific areas. How much bonus density is being requested by a developer that plays into it, so that helps us sort of, balance those competing priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. That's all I had on that. We can go through the rest of the list now. I appreciate my colleagues indulging me on that. So let's start with the new minimum of LEED Gold and Earthcraft Gold. Commissioners, would anyone like to ask questions or weigh in on that point? Or Commissioner Schroll, would you like to expand on what you had in mind, identifying that as a discussion item?
Madam Chair, I just, we as a commission and certainly others over the years had really been pushing us to move to LEED Gold, and it's a major change, so that's I didn't have anything envisioned other than giving people the space to maybe question that. I guess the other thing for us to consider is we are allowing LEED Gold 4 and LEED Gold 4.1 in this. And so if people had questions about how that would be treated, and it does it's treated slightly differently, but it helps us get to the same place ultimately. But if people had questions about that nuance, I think this would be an appropriate time to ask Ms. Kelsch or Ms. Aberlin questions about that component.
Okay. I'm not seeing interest in that particular item, so let's move on to the new bonus density tiers. Questions or comments on that, colleagues? Yes, Commissioner Siegel.
Yes, I just thought that was elegant. And so just kudos. Again, when we get to the extras, the options, and the building electrification, I'll have some additional comments. I think I want you to split a few more hairs. I'm hoping you'll see it that way, but we'll get there. We'll get there later. But meanwhile, I thought that was quite inspired to develop what you're calling a bridge, because I think our challenges are mighty, and our current building stock and current practice may seem sluggish. So anything we can do to encourage, build, incentivize, I think is very helpful.
Thank you. Agree. That is an elegant representation. You did a really nice job laying that all out for the lay people to understand. Let's move on then to the baseline prerequisites. Comments on that or questions? Okay. Commissioner Siegel, your hand is up again.
It is. I do have a question. It's just a general question that maybe you can react to. When you constructed the baseline prerequisite, how much room do you feel you have to maybe push the envelope a little bit more in the proactive direction? I guess I'm sort of asking you, do you feel you've kind of hit a wall there? And then, to get people on board, how would you characterize general thinking about your starting point there?
Sure, I can start with that. I think one thing I want to share going through this process is that it's been really wonderful to have all of the community input, all of the support from C2E2 and other stakeholders that are encouraging and giving public comment to push as hard as possible on the prerequisites and all of the extra list items. Without that, I think that we wouldn't be at the level that we are right now. We are asking, if you look at the new criteria compared to what the existing policy requires, we are asking more than ever before from our building developers, and that's great. In my assessment, I do think that we are maxing out baseline prerequisites, especially when we're looking at the base level 0.25 FAR.
Do you want to
I think
look
we
at
found a good place.
Do you want to look at the slide, Jessica? I can share my screen and show that the comparison
Sure.
slide.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a comparison slide of 2014 policy and what the minimum prerequisites are, and then the 2020 version.
Is that showing up?
Not yet.
No.
Okay, there we go. So sorry, it does this. There we go. Okay.
Right.
I think that's
so. I think that this kind of just backs up what I just had said as our professional assessment of what we're proposing. So like I said, silver was the minimum in the old policy. And in this new proposed policy, it's gold. The minimum for energy optimization is a 5% energy savings. In this policy, it's a 20% energy savings. For Energy Star and appliances, which is a current prerequisite, we've also added dryers. In the previous policy, post-occupancy certification through Energy Star was only required for office, and now it would be required for all building types, including multifamily and hotel. And that's really important. We want to see that these buildings are actually performing over time as intended. And those will be enforced through a performance bond. Both still have WaterSense plumbing fixtures for water efficiency and energy benchmarking, which is basically energy reporting back to the county for a period of 10 years. New, and then under the 2020 policy, there are a number of new items that don't exist in the existing policy. So renewable energy, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, testing of the ventilation supply system to make sure that it's very well air sealed and fresh air is delivered even at the very ends of the duct runs in these large buildings. Testing for and making sure there isn't refrigerant leakage in these buildings, because refrigerants are a potent greenhouse gas and then racial equity, biophilia, bird-friendly material standards, and light pollution, all new prerequisites applying to any policy, no longer optional, as is with the existing policy.
I found that very helpful. Commissioner Siegel?
Yes, absolutely. That really does fully answer the question. And I guess I'll reserve this question for the next discussion topic, which is the options and the extra, but it kind of relates to this baseline. But I'll wait until you get to that agenda item.
Thank you. Yes, we're going to try to move through this quickly because we have another item after this. Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you very much for the fantastic presentation. I was interested to know, you showed us earlier in the slides what some of our neighbors' policies are. And I was wondering, when we're talking about how difficult it may be for developers to meet some of our new benchmarks, how would you rank us compared to DC and Montgomery County and Alexandria and Fairfax with how strict our policies are and how much we're actually asking them to help us combat climate change? Thank you.
Good question. I think we are on par with Montgomery County and DC in many ways. They can require it. We can't require it of all buildings, but the large site plan buildings or the big construction in the county does meet standards that are comparable to what DC and Montgomery County are asking for. I think we are ahead of the game in Alexandria and Fairfax. Alexandria just passed this new policy and it really hasn't been tested yet, so I'm not sure how that's going to play out. But the idea of incentivizing means they get something for it, so there's some enforcement and a mechanism for us to make sure they do what they said they would do. So I think we were leading the way for a while, and I think Montgomery County and DC have caught up. In some ways, they might be a little bit ahead of us, but I think we're all, there's a regional attempt to kind of grow these programs together so developers have a common baseline, if you will, what's expected in the region for construction. And that works really well. We're happy to be coordinating with those jurisdictions somewhat informally, but to try to keep the standards sort of similar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schroll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to kind of pick up on one of the points that C2E2 made in their letter about their request for greater building electrification, particularly for offices, but also for buildings under 140 feet. So staff isn't necessarily requiring that or calling for that in this update. I wonder if you could speak to where staff thinks the barriers might exist and why they didn't do that in this one, and then speak to maybe where you see, at least at this point, what your kind of vision is for the baseline standards in the 2023 update. Do you think that the technology gets there to allow us to do that? I know there's some space constraints and there's some other technical constraints and cost constraints, and can be one of them too. But if you could speak to where you see that going, maybe not making it an optional task going forward, I think that would be helpful. And I might have a follow-up after you have that answer those questions. Thank you.
Sure, I can start, and Joan, feel free to fill in my gaps. So when we've been asking new developments to look at zero carbon certification. One of the requirements of zero carbon certification, as mentioned by one of the speakers, is building electrification. So electrifying all the systems. And we've found that that is a major sticking point why developments can't commit to the zero carbon certification. There are a few places where particularly in multifamily and hotel, where there aren't technological solutions that fit, that are easily deployable, and that we have seen examples of. So if we've seen, for example, heat pump technology used for multifamily as an alternative to natural gas combustion anywhere in any project, we would be more likely to include that as a requirement. But because there isn't that, it's a combination of the technical solution. So there is a possibility, it's still in kind of development of kind of doing a collection of heat pumps instead of a natural gas boiler for domestic hot water in multifamily and hotel. But the challenge comes on the space constraints. So, for example, they'd have to find space within the building for thousands of square feet of room for those heat pumps. And so, because square footage density is what we're offering as the incentive, that would really eat into the incentive. And so so because that's a barrier, we're very cautious of making it a requirement and having projects then not participate in the program at all, and then losing, the really good energy savings through energy efficiency requirements that we have, renewable energy, all the biophilia stuff, et cetera. And so as a result, what we did is for those specific technologies that we know we don't have good solutions for right now, we included those as extra list options so that if a development team could figure out how to do heat pumps for hot water, how to do heat pumps for ventilation, that we don't have those solutions for right now, we would award them the higher levels of bonus density. And then how we see moving forward with this as far as prerequisites is once we see a couple of developments take us up on that, implement it, then we can see if it makes sense to include it as a requirement.
Thank you. Ms. Kelch, did you have anything to add? Go ahead.
We just don't think full building electrification is ready for prime time quite yet. It's close. We know it's coming, but asking for it right now might be pushing people a little too far, and then people don't, as Jessica said, don't participate in the program, and you've thrown the baby out with the bathwater, and you just get a bunch of code-built buildings, and nobody wins at all. So it's a stepwise process.
Yeah, I certainly understand that this is a balancing act, and you're doing, I think, a good job of trying to do that. So I certainly respect the difficulty with the task that you both have in terms of trying to navigate these issues, and you do want to make sure people participate. Again, this is a voluntary program, which you appropriately remind us. I guess one question, and then I'll have let me make a comment, and then I'll have a question, and then I can yield back. So I guess the comment is, we certainly are going to want to see what you all are going to be doing in the coming years before the next update, given that other jurisdictions in the country are proceeding with these requirements. And so we know that other communities are requiring this. So Arlington wouldn't be the first. No, granted, a number of these they're in different regulatory environments and whatnot, so it's not an apples to apples. I grant you that, but I think we'll be interested in that. And I guess the other piece before I ask my last question is, I would agree with, and I know you both agree with this, that we don't get to our goals if we don't get to electrification. So I think we need to bring in the development community to help answer some of those tough questions. But if we never answer them, or we kind of punt on some of these, then we certainly don't get there. And so I guess my question would be, E2C2 kind of raised this issue about how, having different requirements for buildings of a smaller size, because the ability to do electrification in that context would be easier. Has staff considered adding further nuance and granted complication to what's already a pretty good process by having a path for some of the shorter buildings, which might be able to be electrified more easily, and then a pathway for the taller buildings like we would have in Roslyn or in the CO Crystal City areas that might be more difficult to electrify.
So I just want to clarify that the 2023 update that you mentioned is an automatic update of the energy efficiency that would just immediately go into effect on that date. And then shortly after that, we are compelled by the policy to do a full program update. Before then, we do intend to study building electrification, learn more. As we dive into it more, we're peeling away more and more of the layers of it and more of the sticking points regarding cost, increase in electrical demand of the grid, in conjunction with electric vehicles and what that does with the grid. We're just learning more and more of some of the complication that comes, and we want to make sure that we don't cause some unintended consequences. So we need to do more research planning on building electrification. And yes, we do agree that it looks like at this point, building electrification in conjunction with grid interoperability and on-site battery storage and renewable energy is really the path forward to a 2050 goal of carbon neutrality. But we can't get there overnight. And we don't want to have any setbacks by making any additions kind of last minute that could set us back towards those goals by having projects not participate. Joan, is there anything that you would want to add to that?
I think that's good. Yeah.
Commissioner Scholl?
Yeah, that's good. I'll have a few more questions and or comments on the automatic update later in the discussion, but that's it for now, Madam Chair. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thanks. We're getting close to 8:30, colleagues. So, and I do want to make sure everybody gets a chance to weigh in on the areas that they feel most strong about, but we're not even halfway through our list. So we're talking about baseline prerequisites still. Commissioner Steinberger, you haven't had a chance to weigh in yet. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry about that. I couldn't get off mute. Thank you. I want to recognize staff and just indicate my appreciation for what I think was a very clear discussion of building electrification and a clear expression of counties, of staff's thinking and thought process to how we kind of get there and how this needs to be reviewed. I came into tonight's discussion sort of debating a bit how I felt about building electrification and how quickly I thought we could get there and what the trade-offs potentially were in terms of, since this does have to be an incentive-based voluntary process, we need to make it something that people are going to want to volunteer for and see a benefit from. I'm persuaded that mandating building electrification fully at this point in time is not something that we can, so to speak, turn on with a flash. And I think that's something that we need to kind of have some consideration for. So thank you for that. You've helped give me clarity on that, and I do appreciate where we're going and the consideration and the approach that we're taking to get there and meet the county's 2050 goals. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sarli, did you have your hand up?
I did. I was going to sort of pass, but I just had a quick comment / question about central plants versus the individualized air conditioning units that we put on rooftops. If I understand this correctly, that's highly, one is much more efficient than the other. And I was wondering if there was any incentive there to sort of centralize these systems instead of these individualized rooftop systems. And if I'm sort of off, it's sort of a question and potential comment on there. Thank you.
So if you're talking about heating and cooling, systems, then it's becoming much more common that a semi-centralized strategy is implemented in that's an electric version in multifamily and hotel. It's called VRF, variable refrigerant flow technology. And one VRF heat pump unit is used for each floor of apartment or hotel units. And what's great about that is that there is energy recovery within that floor. So for example, on a colder winter day, if the eastern side is calling for maybe cooling because the sun is coming up, but then the western side doesn't have any sun hitting it, and that's calling for heating. They exchange energy with each other before calling on electricity from the heat pump system. So that's a really good solution that is kind of semi-centralized. That's an electric option. but again, there are limitations for that. There is not an option for that with domestic hot water. That's the sticking point that we have the option for. And then there is not a solution that we've seen implemented on ventilation. So just to clarify, ventilation is separate than heating and cooling, and they require different.
I hate when I go out.
Thank you.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I'm not online. Jack may be. Did it let you back in?
Nope.
So I would cancel out.
I can't leave.
I would leave and come back. That might be what you want to do.
Yeah, I need to get someone to chair though.
Madam Chair, you're on
or you can just dial in.
You're not on mute. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, why don't we move on? I see nobody else has a hand up right now. Should we then move on to the, Commissioner Siegel, I see your hand is up.
Would like to move on to the extras.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm back. Thank you
yeah,
very
we
much, Commissioner.
we were
Tommy.
just going to move on to the
extras.
Yes. And she and I were texting. Yes, we're going to move on
Okay.
to extra list options. And I know Commissioner Siegel and Commissioner Hughes both would like to speak to that. Commissioner Siegel, go ahead.
I'll just bully my way in here. I picked up on something both from the Stephen Winter Associates report and also from the C2E2 report, and I'd like you to respond. I have heard you about the baseline, which I know C2E2 would like their recommendations to apply there. They would apply on a voluntary basis at the next level. I think that's correct, where there are 3 extras that I don't have that information in front of me. You go from point 2, yes, Jessica's nodding yes.
They would be options on the extra list, but it does not guarantee that that's what they would select.
It does not guarantee. Here is my question in trying to kind of grapple with this. I do understand the evolution of technology, and there are emerging technologies. And I think we're going to see those technologies emerge shortly. And with respect to the age of a building that's built tomorrow or next year, it will be quite soon in the life of such a building. So I'm just wondering whether this idea presented by C2E2 and maybe reinforced by Stephen Winters, if I'm reading this correctly, is at the design level. We talk about space. There needs to be enough space so that electrical conduits can fit. And Jessica just mentioned the room for heat pumps. There needs to be more space for that. And I'm just wondering whether partial credit in some way could be given, and maybe even to make this something more of a requirement. I know that's a little bit of an odd term in an incentive program, but the incentive is if you want this, then this is what you have to do. Have you thought about the design of a building that will be with us for 60 years, during which we're going to see enormous change and innovation, many, many emerging technologies? Have you thought about that? And what do you think about that?
Sure. So we commissioned that study and worked with Stephen Winter on putting that together because we wanted to learn more about some of the barriers to a full building electrification. So it's been really helpful. Having the building be electric ready, though ready sounds simple, inexpensive. It's not. There are some real costs with making a building electric ready, like upsizing transformers, which are very expensive, space for transformers, again, space for heat pumps, like you had mentioned, and square footage is very valuable. And so there are actual monetary costs on reserving space that's not leasable in a building. And so this is one of the things that we want to study in more detail in the coming year to learn more about what does it mean to be electric ready? What are the costs associated with that? And what requirements would that involve? We're really not ready to make a requirement because we don't know what those standards should be yet. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. To try desperately, and I know you must feel this pressure all the time, to sort of stay ahead of the curve, just to stay. I know that's the great challenge. That would be one question I have for you. How do you stay ahead of the curve? I guess part of it is the additional information and time to study the information. So that would be kind of one challenge and one question. But the other is, we exclude this density. We exclude density that contains mechanical equipment for a building. So is that not correct? So if you expanded the building to include more space for mechanicals like heat pumps or transformers, whatever, does that not exclude that from the calculation for how much density needs to be earned to get the credit?
So in our discussions that we're having with our advisors that are out there, energy consultants, mechanical engineers, the developers, we're uncovering some challenges that there start to become real constraints on how much space there is for some of this equipment, especially because very often the developers will build to the max height limit. And so if they're doing that, and one of those floors or a half a floor has to be used for mechanical equipment, it's not like you can add another floor to make up for that because of height restrictions in Arlington.
But then wouldn't we then, it's policy balancing, wouldn't we then want to look at a height restriction? I mean, we actually are looking at height restrictions here and there right now for affordable housing. I'm not sure we've actually maxed out.
Yeah, Jane, we're gonna have to move on. I think we're getting into areas that go beyond what we can do here, but you're raising good points and the sort of things we'll be facing at SPRC. We are past 8:30, guys, so I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to weigh in on the rest of these items if you feel strongly about them. We've jumped around a little bit. So we're technically on extra list items, but we've talked a little bit about electrification and the automatic updates. I want to ask if with extra list options, if you did consider or how the item that Ms. Erickson raised about the LEED pilot credit 55 for, I guess it's making bird-friendly glass all the way up, if you considered that? Ms. Sutherland, yeah.
So with the extra list options, we really were very focused on having those be mainly energy based because we have these really challenging goals of getting to carbon neutrality. And so we want to be really mindful that that's the main focus of the problem, or of the extra list options, that we're moving in that direction. And we feel like the baseline prerequisite really does a good job of finding the most impactful, and in other words, where are the most of the bird collisions with with buildings. We've identified that and we've put that in as a prerequisite for all buildings.
Yeah.
And we found that as a good middle ground to making the best impact.
Thank you. It's been helpful to have you continually reinforce how this is a voluntary program in Arlington, how other jurisdictions can require this, but we're trying to collaborate. So that's helpful. Okay, let's move on. And I'm going to suggest that we've talked a little bit about community energy plan, a little bit about automatic update of green building policy, and a little bit about building electrification now in the 2023 update. Does anybody want to weigh in on that? Any of those? I'm terribly sorry. I can't see anybody's hands anymore. I only see Commissioner Schroll. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, so I want to ask about the automatic update. And so staff is proposing just to address or increase the efficiency standards in 2023. I was wondering if staff could speak to why there isn't going to be broader consideration of other updates in that 2023 update, and then when staff is planning to do that, so that would that be on the 5-year timeline? And then if staff could maybe speak to how you're also thinking about, down the road between now and next 15, 20 years, are we going to be on 3-year efficiency updates, 5-year tech updates? Like, how do you see that sort of going forward, at least right now?
Do you want to take it? Want me to do that? So the automatic update is something we put in there so that would happen without a long, drawn-out public process. The public process for that is now, to approve that now, and to just give a little bit of an energy update so that the policy continues to stay fresh. Soon after that update happens in June of 2023, we will start looking at an update to the policy again. So we just wanted to get that little bump in, so then we start looking at the broader update in that 3 to 5 year time period. My hope would be that in 15 or 20 years, the building code is in a place where we don't necessarily need an incentive program anymore. I can't guarantee that. I don't know. I will not be working for the county when that happens, but that's kind of the hope, that the grid electrifies, that buildings are far more energy efficient, so they don't need as much energy, and that the building code requires buildings to be far more energy efficient than we're requiring them to be now. So hard to know where we're headed with this. There certainly are a couple more updates in our future, but 20 years from now, hopefully the world will catch up.
Yeah, so a couple points. I appreciate that that explanation. So one is, yeah, I think there needs to be a process to handle some of these looming questions that we have, right? Like, how do we deal with these questions about building electrification if there isn't necessarily an articulated timeline to handle them? It sounds like it might be handled in five years, 5 or 6 years or something, but that seems to be when we would handle it next. Technology seems like it's moving fast enough that we might actually have solutions by 2023, and it sounds like we wouldn't be handling them for another several years. So that to me is a little troubling. I understand that you have to balance staff resources and you have to do that, and you're covering a lot of ground here. So I understand that this is also a long process and you've got a lot of input. But I would encourage you all to be clear with the other stakeholders about how they can continue to participate going forward. The other thing is, you raised building codes. Unfortunately, in Virginia, we're really behind in our building codes. We have the 2015 building codes, and so we won't be getting the 2018 ones until next year. And so, I would love for that to be something that's going to move us forward, but even those really aren't moving the ball as fast as we would like. So I think we're really looking to you all to a great degree to kind of push this ball forward. And would really like to have been seeing more of a participatory process in a shorter time frame. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Given the interest of time, I'm going to just ask all the commissioners, you can weigh in on your outstanding issues on this. There were a few things that were raised. I know Commissioner Peterson wanted to ask about the diversity element, and someone raised the dark sky component. Let's wrap this up so that we can get to motions and move on to our second item tonight. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a couple of really small clarifying questions. One is on the dark sky. Is it just for dark sky purposes, or is it also being essentially a good neighbor with your lighting that it won't shine into other buildings? And if it's LED lighting, which presumably it is going forward for all these new buildings, are we going to be taking the temperature of that lighting into account, that it isn't just the harsh blues, but is also a more biophilic friendly, warmer tones as a requirement or part of this? And the second question is a totally different topic, goes to the EVs, and that's just a quick one. For EV, does that mean the fast charge ready, or does it simply mean, could it also mean having simply a 110 or a 220 outlet by each parking spot that overnight you could trickle charge, that it would be good enough? And there's a difference, of course, between residential and commercial buildings for EV purposes too. So thank you. I'll leave it at that. You can just answer the questions.
Sure. I think that these are pretty straightforward. So yes, the light pollution would require a fully shielded fixture. And so that would keep the light from going out to the neighbors or up to the sky. And there is a provision in our policy that the color be 3000 or lower, the warmer light. So those are the answers to your two questions on light pollution. And then for EV, it would be the 220, which is not just a standard outlet, but the typical EV charging. I'm not sure how many hours that takes. It's not the super fast charging.
It's like an 8-hour charge from zero.
It's about an 8-hour charge.
We've been told by some developers that in order to be fully EV for chargers, they need additional transformers in the building, which take up a pretty good amount of space. Again, we're back to the space, the trade-off of space and extra density and how to do it. I just want to raise that. We've heard that in a number of site plan meetings where we've raised this very issue.
Yeah.
Yes, we're hearing that too.
We are hearing that too.
Okay, thank you.
I think our take on EVs is we don't want to assume that the technology that's in place today is going to be in place in 10 years. This is all very stepwise. So we know what the technology is now. Let's accommodate it. But in 5 or 10 years, it may be completely different. You may take your battery out and replace it with another one, like you do your propane gas tank. We don't want to have buildings, we don't want to just assume that this is the only way it's going to happen. So let's get the technology, push it forward, and then see where we are in a few years.
Okay, that's prudent, and I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, did you want to ask about the diversity element?
Yeah, I was just interested. You had mentioned this was one of the areas that the community had a lot of feedback on, and there had been some evolution of the policy. And we heard from the community speakers this evening that they had opinions on it. And I would love to hear more about, well, in like 30 seconds, what this conversation looked like and what changes were made. Thank you.
Sure. For Joan, did you want to start with that? Talk about the scorecard and.
Sure. So we one of the recommendations was that we take the LEED has a checklist for social equity issues, and it's not something that's enforced, but it just makes development teams start to think about these issues in a deeper way than they do now. It kind of guides the conversation. The development community felt that was a bit much, that it was sort of too much too soon, and that it would slow the process down. And so we went back to the what our original proposal was asking for one company in the development team to have a policy that addresses equity at the corporate level. So that's where we are. And then the other folks were interested in dealing with more of an operation and maintenance staff level equity issues, which is clearly an issue that needs to be dealt with. That is harder for the developer to deal with in many cases. If they build the building and then sell it, they don't have control over that necessarily. So we put it in as an extra item. That is where it landed, right? Yeah. So that people can choose to do that if they want. if their building is one that they're going to continue to operate, they could then have control over that for the life of the building. So that's how basically how the conversation went and how it ended up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any outstanding questions or comments on this for staff, colleagues? Not seeing any, I will ask Commissioner Schroll if he's ready to make motions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So to remind colleagues, they should have my revised motions that I sent around 6 p.m. this evening. So my first motion would be, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board amend the county's green building incentive policy for site plans in attachment 1 to the report dated November 9th, 2020, to evaluate special exception site plan requests for bonus density under Arlington County Zoning Ordinance ACZO section 15.5.7.A.1.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Siegel.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I would move the county board recommend that the, I would move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board direct staff to study the policy requirements to ensure that buildings developed after June 2023, after the June 2023 update to the county's green building incentive policy contain sufficient electric capacity for future electric vehicle demand.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Schroll, is that a second motion or an amendment?
It's an amendment to the underlying motion.
Okay, thank you. A second to the amendment?
I have a question. Sorry, this is Commissioner Steinberger. Why is that an amendment to the first motion? I thought that it was, no, we can't ask that.
I think you can.
I think you can ask it. I have the same question.
In that case, I would withdraw my motion and we can make that later.
Okay.
That would be clearer to me.
Sorry, James, you might be the only person who understands parliamentary procedure. Okay. And
so the question right now, sorry for the confusion, colleagues, is if there are any other amendments to the first motion I made.
I have a question about that. I have a motion, and I'm not sure that it's a change, makes a change in the first motion, or it's an objection, or a evaluation or continuation of the first motion. So why don't we just keep that as a main motion and then take amendments that either do or do not impact the first motion. They may be follow-on motions, additional. You look puzzled.
No, I think that's right. So Commissioner Siegel is right that we can take the first motion and then the other ones are sort of second, or they're additional and
yeah,
so
additional. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm just trying to pull up Commissioner Schroll's amended motions from 6 o'clock tonight. So Commissioner Schroll, are you comfortable with acting on your motion, or Commissioner Siegel, you said you have an amendment to this motion?
Well, if the amendments can be conceived as simply additional, then I think Commissioner Schroll could advance his motion on electric vehicles, and then I had one that came out of our discussion, with staff about space and design for preparation for electrification. That's my motion.
Yes, my preference would be that we take them individually, not as amendments, so that we can move through this. I think that'll be easier, especially in our virtual environment.
That's fine. So you're saying we should vote on the main motion and then additional amendments, or do the amendments first and then vote on the main motion as amended, which is what we usually do?
So my recommendation to try to move this along, I think, is Commissioner Siegel, I think it would be helpful to understand the nature of your motion, and then if you could just let us know, and then we could see whether or not it would be better served as a standalone or amendment to the underlying motion.
That's fine. And in the interest of brevity, I'll just read the language that I had in mind, and we'll see what people think about it. I move the Planning Commission recommend the County Board direct staff to specifically consider Arlington County policy constraints such as density exclusions and height limits that might inhibit progress towards CEP goals. That's all I want to say. I felt that's where our conversation with staff ended up. DES is not CPHD, and I want to encourage that kind of discussion. That's all.
That's helpful, Commissioner Siegel. I think my recommendation, Madam Chair, is it seems to be similar to my second and third motions in that it's maybe a little bit beyond the initial scope. And I think, as you rightly said, they should be considered separately.
Let's consider them separately. And with that, not seeing questions on the motion on hand, I'd like to propose that we go ahead and take a vote on the motion on the table. Commissioner Schroll, would you read it again for us?
Sure, Madam Chair. Did you have a motion about the bird-friendly glass that you wanted to be considered at this time, which would amend this?
I do, in fact, colleagues, would like to make an amendment to this motion, and I need to pull it up. I sent it to you all, and now I can't find it. Commissioner Schultz, do you have it in front of you? I'm looking for it. Here, I've got it. Here's my motion. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board amend the baseline requirements of the county's green building incentive policy for site plans in attachment 1 to the report dated November 9, 2020 to require the exterior wall envelope and any associated openings be constructed with bird-friendly materials between 0.5 and 36 feet above grade.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this?
Madam Chair, would you like to speak to the rationale for the motion?
Very briefly, it seems pretty self-explanatory. I align myself with the comments made by Ms. Erickson and some comments that we've heard in the past on site plans that bird collisions do happen from the ground level up to 36 feet. I think this seems reasonable and within the realm of what developers can accommodate. In fact, we've seen some of it, I believe. That's my rationale. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands or questions, so I'd love to move on to a vote.
Good motion. I just want to say I will support your motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel. Okay, Commissioner Schroll, help me out here. So now we're taking a vote on the main motion with amendment.
No, we're taking a vote on your amendment.
Thank you.
And then we will, if that passes on the, let's see if there's any other amendment.
Yes, got it.
If not, motion as amended.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. So now we'll go through this. I will go in the order I normally go in, Commissioner, Vice Chair, then alphabetical order, then myself. So Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Ware?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Are there any other amendments?
I had one, but I think Commissioner Schroll had one on electric vehicles. Commissioner Schroll, did you want to advance that, or shall I just reread the motion that I read a while ago?
Wait, don't we still have to now vote on Commissioner Schroll's motion?
Yes,
right.
Yeah, we do. So I think Commissioner Siegel, I think the recommendation for your motion is that, like my other two, it should be just considered as a standalone after we conclude with this underlying motion.
Have we not? Oh, we haven't voted the main motion as amended. Okay.
We have not.
All right. Sorry.
Are we ready to vote for the main motion as amended?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Giron? Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Now we're ready for additional motions.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board direct staff to study and develop policy requirements to ensure that buildings developed after the June 2023 update to the county's green building incentive policy contain sufficient electric capacity for future electric vehicle demand.
Motion made by Commissioner Schroll. Is there a second?
I will second.
Commissioner Siegel seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, staff has done a great job of requiring some baseline EV charging and allowing an option for developers to provide additional electric vehicle charging as well. My concern is that if there isn't enough electric capacity in the buildings, then when demand goes up in 20 years, there won't be the capacity there to deal with it. Staff has talked to me about my initial motion, which was a little bit more strict that I circulated, and noted that there's other ways to tackle this issue with building technology and using smart charging and things like that. So I'm stepping back from saying that it actually has to have the capacity on site for every space, but that we, are studying and thinking about ways to address this issue in the future. So that's the reason for the changed motion, and that's the reason why I'm bringing it forward now.
Thank you. I appreciate your changed motion, and I will support that. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay. Commissioner Patel, then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Well, you know what? I'd like to. Okay. I'm a little bit confused about the motion, the language of the motion. Is it meant to be conditioned on? I don't understand what it means about with the language around the sufficiency. Are we talking about what needs to happen now to ensure sufficiency in the future, or are we talking about future sufficiency as it pertains to, a future time, like a future time? I don't understand the language of this motion, of this proposed motion, or maybe the intent.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the intent is about future sufficiency. So a building that would be built after 2023 would have the electric capacity to deal with future needs. So it's future and future, right? And it's also recognizing that, as staff has kind of said, that we really want to get this iteration of the policy into work soon, so that buildings can come forward that are LEED Gold and meet all these other standards, but that we're also kind of planning for this future need when electric vehicles hit cost parity, and we'll see an increased demand. If you want to suggest changes to the language, Commissioner Patel, I'm certainly open to those, and if that makes it clearer for folks, I'm open to that.
Thank you. I guess I'm just now maybe a little bit the right issue.
Well, hopefully Jim will take over.
I'm sorry. I think Chair Gearin may be having some technical problems, but does that make sense, Commissioner Schroll? I'm having a little bit of. I guess I feel like it's a little too attenuated. You know what we're talking about in the future after 2023 in terms of. I don't know. I think it's like a ripeness issue for me.
Okay, Commissioner Patel, I was only able to hear some of your response, but again, if you, I certainly welcome language or edits to perfect the language. The objective is to direct staff sort of in the intervening time to be considering between this adoption and the 2023 update to be thinking about policy language that could be adopted, after that, and guidance to get us to a place where buildings that are developed would be able to have the on-site electric capacity for future electric vehicle charging.
Yeah, I wonder, Commissioner Schroll, I'm sorry to my fellow commissioners, this seems like a little bit more of a back and forth than we intended, but I wonder if there's a way to amend this, or if maybe what we are thinking about here is more of a an intentional statement included in these staff reports or memoranda around how this is meeting the current and future needs. If we're intentional in the same way that we're looking at like equity-based policies, that we're intentional in that same way, does that get closer to it? I defer to you.
So I don't know if I necessarily completely follow your line of thought here, Commissioner Patel, and if you want to flesh that out more, I would certainly welcome that. I think the goal here is to one, put down sort of a marker that this is an issue that we need to solve, while not necessarily saying that there's only one way to solve it, which candidly my previous iteration of this motion did. And so, and while kind of also acknowledging Ms. Kelish's point that the technology here is also evolving, and so we want to leave some space to solve that as well. Again, if people have specific motions to improve the language, I think we're sort of at that stage. If you have things you think would help us move us along, Commissioner Patel would certainly welcome.
I raised my hand. Is that okay?
I do want to focus this. We have another item to hear, and it's past 9 o'clock. So
yeah, I have a language suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberger.
Okay. So I think that perhaps, and I'm not sure I fully follow what Commissioner Patel was getting at, but I think that there's a version of this language that would say, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board direct staff to study capacity concerns or electric vehicle capacity concerns for buildings developed after the June 2023 update. And whether that's policy requirements or not, I think studying the issue, I don't know if we need to specify that it needs to also lead to policy requirements. I think studying the matter that's kind of encompassed in that. And I think that the way that the language is already phrased kind of presupposes that there's going to be an insufficient capacity. And I think that we need to, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. So studying the capacity, I think, is a more balanced way to say that. I can repeat that if people liked it, more or less.
So again, if that's where people are, I'm certainly okay with that. I think though, what might move us along is Commissioner Steinberger, if you have language that you think would perfect the motion that I made, I would encourage you at this time just to make the motion, and then we can have that debate on the language. Because I think we might be here all night kind of going back and forth about this approach or that approach.
Okay, I'm going to propose a motion. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board direct staff to study electric vehicle capacity for buildings developed after the June 2023 update to the county's green building incentive policy. Do you want me to type that into the window, or are we not using it for that?
I think if you can send it to Matt Pfeiffer on staff, I think, and to Giselle Johnson, that would be great.
Yes, thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you, Commissioner Steinberger. Yeah, please do that.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair, is Commissioner Steinberger's motion a substitute motion to Commissioner Schroll's motion?
It seems to have been conveyed in that manner.
I suspect so. So Commissioner Steinberger.
That was more or less my intent.
Okay, there we go.
So we should deal with a substitute introduced by Commissioner Steinberger, and then if that fails, then mine would be on the floor.
We need a second on Commissioner Steinberger's motion.
I seconded
Commissioner
it.
Lantelmi already did.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I keep dropping out. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming we don't need any discussion on this, so we can just take a vote on that?
Yes.
Commissioner Schroll?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we'll go in order on that. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
Abstain.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Abstain.
Commissioner Sarley?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. That passes with 10 ayes and 2 abstentions.
So that makes the other motion I had moot at this point. And
Okay.
so then, Madam Chair, I do have one additional motion.
Is this from the what you sent us at 6 o'clock so we can follow along?
It is, yeah. This is the
thank you.
third motion from what I sent at 6 p.m. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board direct staff to study a clear path forward for building electrification for buildings developed after the June 2023 update.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Great.
I changed that slightly to try to make it more similar to what Commissioner Steinberger just perfected.
Indeed. Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Siegel,
Yes.
very briefly.
Well, I do have a motion, and I think I can make it simpler. Maybe this is more complex. By adding to Commissioner Schroll's motion on building electrification. And I would just, I don't know if it's a perfection of the motion. I don't think it's a substitute because it refines it a little bit. So shall I offer it as a separate motion or give you some language now? I guess that's up to Commissioner Schroll and Commissioner Lantelmi, I think, who seconded.
Yeah, Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Commissioner Siegel, could you maybe preface or kind of summarize your intended motion, and then we could consider its disposition?
Exactly. In essence, I wanted to add to the study report intent of your motion to include studying potential Arlington County policy constraints such as density exclusions and height limits that might inhibit progress toward full electrification of buildings. That's the piece I wanted to include. I can make it as a separate standalone, but it does seem to work with your motion, and just adds an element that I would like the county as a whole to consider, to study. Really, there's no commitment intended, as with your motion.
Yeah, I think my suggestion, Madam Chair, would be that we can consider that as a independent motion following the one that's on the floor currently.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that. Okay, so let's take a vote on the motion that's on the floor currently. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
No.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Nay.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Abstain.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. That passes with 9 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstention. We're ready for your motion, Commissioner Siegel.
Chair Gear, can I just, I'm sorry, Chair Gear, can I just make, I had my hand raised on that, I think before we did the votes, and I wanted to clarify my no vote as just,
yes.
I wanted to get clarification on what clear path forward meant. And because I wasn't able to get that clarification, I voted no, but I would have voted yes because the intent of this is around electrification. So I just want to make that clear for when we are providing our report.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, sorry, this is Commissioner Steinberger. Just to reiterate, I had some of the same confusion as Commissioner Patel, and that was why I abstained on the vote.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siegel, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I do. I move that the Planning Commission recommend the County Board direct staff to specifically consider and report on Arlington County policy constraints such as density exclusions and height limits that might inhibit progress toward achieving full electrification of buildings as staff considers further updates to the 2023 Green Building Policy Update.
Thank you.
I think we've had a discussion which ended up with that question of mine to staff, and I do want to flag that as a possible area of consideration. When we look forward to major changes in our built environment, I think we have to take a broad view of other influences on that.
Yeah, let's, yes, okay, so you've already spoken to your motion. Let's see if there's a second. Guys, I'm having trouble seeing raised hands.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. Excellent. And Commissioner Siegel, you've spoken to the motion. Guys, I can't see everybody's hands. So is there anyone who has a question about this? Wants clarification?
Can we just have it read one more time?
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Patel, thank you. Commissioner Siegel, would you read that one more time?
Yeah, sorry about the flubbing of the language. I move the Planning Commission recommend the County Board direct staff to specifically consider and report on Arlington County policy constraints, such as density exclusions and height limitations that might inhibit progress toward achieving full electrification of buildings. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay. I'm being assured that there are no, oh, Commissioner Weir? No, okay. All right.
I didn't mean to be off mute.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, with that, we're ready for a vote on that. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
No.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
No.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
No.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
No.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. And that passes with 8 yeses and 4 noes. All right. Are there any other motions? Okay. I'm being assured there are no hands up. And so with that, I do want to thank staff, Ms. Kelsch and Ms. Aberlin, for an excellent report and answering our questions, members of the public, Ms. McIntyre, Mr. Byrne, Ms. Clement, Ms. Erickson, and Mr. Bloom, and Commissioners Schroll and Siegel for weighing in with their experience tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate the time.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please call the second item?
Item number 2 is a request to authorize advertisement and RTA of a public hearing to consider the following amendments to the Arlington County Code Chapter 14.2 for motor vehicles and traffic. 2A is an ordinance to repeal, reenact, and recodify Article 8 of Chapter 14.2 Residential Permit Parking Program, and 2B, an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Article 1, Division 1, Section 14.2-7.1, fines for non-moving violations to address fines for parking in violation of Article 8 of Chapter 14.2. We have Stephen Grimm and Marietta Gelfort to present these items this evening.
Welcome, Mr. Grimm and Ms. Gelfart.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for making time for us on your agenda this evening. I am Stephen Grimm. I am the parking manager for Arlington County, or for the county, I should say. We are here to achieve 2 things this evening: to ensure that you are familiar with the proposed changes to the residential permit parking program and the process by which we arrived at them, and then also to get a vote advising the board to authorize advertisement for these changes at a January hearing. First, here's a recap of how we got to this program. This image describes the path that we took getting here, and I want to highlight a few points. In 2018, we started by asking the public some general questions about residential parking through in-person events and an online form that garnered about 1,600 responses. We then used those responses to structure 3 public forums in the fall of 2018, where about 200 participants told us what they thought worked and didn't work about the RPP program. And we used those findings from the forums to field a household survey. Invitations for that survey went out to about 60,000 households, and that includes every household that is in an RPP or was in an RPP zone. And we got about 4,500 responses from that. Amidst all this engagement, we collected parking occupancy data in different parts of the county. And then in the spring, we intended to hold 3 deliberative dialogues around a proposed policy. COVID-19 interrupted those plans, and we decided that it would not be possible to get a representative group of residents together virtually, which would diminish the return on investment for that kind of event. In September, we published a project update or recap and notified civic associations and our project email list that a proposed program would be coming in October. And we released that proposed program with a set of informative videos, an FAQ, and an online Q&A session. Since that time, we have received comments through the online form, by phone call, and by email. And we are here with you today to talk further about the feedback we've received. Most responses came from people who live in RPP zones, who own their homes and who have more vehicles than the county as a whole, which isn't surprising because these are the people who would likely have the greatest interest in the program. And in order to be inclusive through this process, we've offered all of our materials in English, Spanish, and Amharic. So what have we found through all this? Well, at the top, of course, the public expects parking to be easy. In our engagement and other interactions with the public about residential parking, many residents want to be able to park in front of their house. That is not what our policies are designed to provide, but it is, of course, a commonly held desire. In our survey, people also generally thought parking was difficult and wanted to have RPP when streets were only about half full in the evening. We did find that the RPP program makes parking easy, even during the hours after which restrictions have ended. Most streets that have RPP are no more than half full during the weekday when we studied them. Less than 20% of the streets with RPP that we observed are ever above 75% occupied, even at night when residents are all home. And people who live in an RPP zone and by permits generally report having an easier time finding parking than those who don't live in an RPP zone. And while RPP is an on-street parking program, the amount of parking that residents have in their driveways, garages, and parking lots comes up a lot. So we went about investigating how much off-street parking is out there. And of course, that varies quite a bit from property to property, but we found that single-family detached homes have a median of 3.5 parking spaces per home. Townhomes and duplexes had a median of 2 spaces per home, and apartments or condos had a median of 1.1 spaces per home. We also found that most people with RPP like it, and most with RPP don't want it, as you see in this breakdown here. And when we look at what we've heard from across the community, both those who have RPP and those who don't, we see lots of different opinions about the program. What we're proposing here is a compromise between different viewpoints, and it follows from a set of policy-making principles that we presented to the board in the fall of 2019. That said, we know that pretty much every program proposal or outcome of this process will displease some residents. In addition to what we've heard from the public, we've been mindful of the county's master transportation plan, and here I've highlighted for you some of the relevant points from the parking and curb space management element. Of course, the MTP reminds us that the county is a steward of its curbs for the benefit of the general public, though we recognize that residents feel a lot of ownership of the curbs in front of their homes. The MTP also acknowledges that people want to be able to park on the street near their home, regardless of the type that of housing they live in. The MTP says that residents might expect to be able to park within 1 block of their home in the lowest density neighborhoods. And finally, the MTP sets up 2 competing policies that have to be balanced. Policy 3 promotes on-street which is to promote on-street parking, I should say. And policy 4, which allows for RPP to make residents experience parking easier. And as part of the policy to promote on-street parking, the MTP sets 60% occupancy as like the minimum target in a range between 60 and 75% on streets with RPP and 60 and 80% on other streets in the county, 85%, sorry, in other streets in the county. So with all that in mind, I'd like now to turn to our proposed RPP program, which we've organized around 6 major themes, which you see here. In the proposed program, staff would reaffirm that RPP is in place to manage parking demand only, and this influences the draft intent language that you find in attachment B of the draft board report. Though most residents who live in an RPP zone or who want RPP want it to make parking easier, some do want restrictions in order to reduce litter or noise associated with people parking on their street. However, staff want to clarify that the program is only intended to manage parking. There's no comprehensive plan guidance for the use of RPP for reasons other than parking availability. And while the Arlington County Code refers to issues like litter, air pollution, and others in the intent language of the RPP program, these are mentioned as side benefits that come from restrictions on parking. In the proposed feedback that we received, this was part of the proposal that had most support. About 45 out of the 91 responses that we received on this item were supportive. But some who did not agree mentioned wanting a clearer statement that the program is meant to manage commuter parking only. Moving on then to eligibility. Today, nearly all households living in single-family detached homes may petition for restrictions, but a series of tests limit which duplex, townhome, apartment, and condo residents may apply, including the year in which the building was built. In the proposed program, all housing types would be eligible to petition for restrictions, except those approved by site plan, unified residential development, unified commercial mixed-use development, and the 2 types of form-based code use permits. Now, when we talked to the public about this program, many residents had strong opinions about who should and should not be able to petition and join the RPP program. For many, RPP eligibility was, of course, very fundamentally about fairness, and about half of those who currently participate or buy permits think everyone should be able to get permits. What we're proposing is meant to address fairness issues in a balanced way. Some residents will see excluding households who reside in homes built under the site plan and use permit processes as unfair. But continuing to exclude those buildings does 2 things. One, it prevents developers from building housing with a reduced number of parking spaces and then expecting the county streets to store the rest. And excluding these buildings is also necessary to reduce resident opposition to much needed new housing construction. We found that while about half of residents would support new, denser housing construction in their neighborhoods, that support drops to about a quarter if the hypothetical residents of this new housing were to be able to park on the street. In the feedback that we've received since October, some of those who disagreed with this proposal element thought that residents of multifamily buildings should not be able to join the program, while others said they disagreed because they think the program should not exist or that it should be open to all residents, even those built by site plan or living in homes built by site plan or use permit. And those who agreed with the proposal thought it was fair or at least no worse than the existing eligibility rules. Now, moving on to proposed number of permits and passes. In the proposed program, the maximum number of permits available to a given household would depend on whether that household has parking in a driveway, garage, or parking lot. So households with no off-street parking would get up to 3 permits, and households with any off-street parking would be able to get up to 2 annual permits. And the flex pass would be included in these permit totals. So a house with a driveway would be able to either get 2 vehicle-specific permits or a flex pass and a vehicle-specific decal. To understand how we came to this proposal, I want to remind you that while RPP manages parking on street, when residents talk about which households should be able to get RPP, they also talk about the parking that those households have in garages, parking lots, and driveways. So while some say that people living in apartment and condo buildings should only be able to park in the building, park in the parking lots or garages built with the building. On the other hand, some think that single-family homes with driveways or garages should not be able to get permits since they also have off-street parking. This proposal is meant to be a compromise where we're expanding eligibility to more housing units while linking the maximum number of permits to the amount of off-street parking that a household has. And yes, this proposal manages parking demand from residents. For one, we know that residents living in RPP zones are more likely to park on street than those who do not live in an RPP zone. And the proposal manages the number of cars that might park on street if new households join the program under the expanded eligibility rules. Those who disagree with this part of the proposal see the cap as unfair and that it discriminates against households with off-street parking. Some of whom may not be able to use their parking or who choose not to use their parking in favor of something else like storage or other uses. Others mentioned that it would be a hardship on households with multiple adults who split the home and have more cars. Those who agree with the proposal think that the new cap makes the program more fair. Now I'll share how the program would change accommodations for visitors. The 1 flex pass and 5 short-term visitor passes would remain available. Today's permits and passes for landlords, contractors, and people who provide home or social services in the home, the good and all zones permits, those would remain. The proposed program would add permits for staff for congregate living facilities. Specifically here, we actually mean group homes. To use the language from the zoning ordinance. And it would also give a limited number of permits to staff at elementary, middle, and high schools in the county. The rationale for that is that giving permits to a limited number of staff at each school would allow schools to keep green space as green space instead of building parking on it. The proposed program would then also allow anyone without a pass or permit to pay for parking on RPP restrictions for up to 2 hours while restrictions are in effect, sort of like is common in other jurisdictions with residential permit parking. Making the parking paid is intended to make enforcement easier. If we thought that we could enforce this better with just time limits, then we would not make it paid parking. But police have said that they feel more confident about the ability to enforce meters than they are simply time limited parking. The rate would be the same as the county's other short-term parking spaces, and people would pay using their phone or an Easy Park device. No parking meters would be installed. And again, people with permits and passes would not pay for this parking. Enforcement of the time limit is easier with Park Mobile than it is with meters because the user cannot go out and start a new Park Mobile session the way they can go out and feed a meter. However, the less frequently used Easy Park device does allow you to feed a meter or overstay just by restarting it as you can with meters. In our engagement, there was some openness to loosening restrictions for non-residents, but residents who are already in an RPP zone were less likely to support that. And the question of non-residents being able to park in the neighborhood depended on who we're talking about. So after service providers and landlords or property staff, the school or property management staff, school staff and teachers were then the most accepted, and least accepted were business patrons. In the feedback that we've received since October, most responses here were against the 2-hour parking option, with many voicing concerns about whether or not the 2-hour limit could be enforced. And some did mention opposition to the teacher permits, saying that they will make parking difficult to find. Some responses stated general agreement with the proposal, noting that it would lead to more efficient use of on-street parking. Now, let me talk about fees. Today, about 60% of the RPP program's cost is funded by permits and pass fees, while about 40% comes from general taxation. Staff are proposing that the fees cover the cost of the program entirely due to the fact that the RPP program is voluntary. And the fact that it excludes some from using a public resource. For the first year, prices would be set as shown. And here you see the comparison to the current. Though the Flex Pass and the short-term visitor book would no longer be provided free of charge, there would be a 50% discount for eligible low-income households. In the first 2 years, increased revenue would also offset costs for upgrades to the software that we use to manage the RPP program. This would give us the option to switch to license plate recognition technology for enforcement in the future if we choose to go that route. Costs would be looked at every year or every few years, and fees would go up or down depending on the cost to deliver the program. In our engagement, prior to coming up with this proposal, we did hear that residents are more likely to prefer permit caps over demand-based pricing or other kinds of price-based demand control. Low-income residents did indicate that they were more sensitive to price and are more likely than all residents as a whole to say that prices for permits should vary by the ability to pay. Some residents argue that they shouldn't have to pay for RPP given property tax payments, while others think that taxes shouldn't subsidize RPP. In the feedback on the proposed park program that we've received since October, many were opposed to the fee increases proposed and thought that parking ticket revenue should cover part of the program's costs. We are not taking parking tickets into consideration as part of cost recovery here. Meanwhile, there was some support for the idea that fees should cover the cost of the program. Finally, I want to go over a set of administrative rule changes to the proposed program. So today, when households petition for RPP restrictions where they live, 60% of the households on a block must sign a petition supporting a request for restrictions. Then staff must find that more than 75% of the parking spots are occupied. And staff must also find that more than 25% of the spaces are occupied by vehicles that are from outside of the zone in order for restrictions to be granted. And these are the thresholds that are also used for splitting zones, changing hours, and the petition requirement is there to remove restrictions. In the proposed program, 80% of households would need to sign a petition for restrictions or to change existing restrictions. We know this is a controversial program, and we want nearly all residents to be in agreement when it comes to putting RPP restrictions in place. The proposed program removes the out-of-area test from the petition process because the vehicle registration sources that we use for that are flawed and we don't think are appropriate, and we don't have an alternative set of data from which to determine some sort of out-of-area threshold. With the 25% out-of-area test removed, staff are proposing that the overall occupancy threshold be moved from 75 to 85%. In our engagement, we did not directly engage residents on the petition process, though from time to time, I mean, we didn't have specific questions about that, but we did hear from residents who said they wanted us to remove the out-of-area test. We also heard multiple times that residents wanted some way for staff to be able to independently review restrictions already granted every few years. We are not able to offer like a clear answer for that kind of request, or we don't have a part of this proposal, a firm like process by which we would review existing restrictions. But when people commented on the proposed change to the petition process, some disagreed, saying that the new 85% threshold is too high and that the process for subdividing zones was too difficult. And that it's too cumbersome to actually get a zone subdivided when it's very large. Others expressed support for removing the out-of-area test. There are some other administrative changes that are in our proposed program, but for the sake of time, I'm just going to show these to you here for a second, and I'll be happy to discuss in greater detail during our questions and answers. In terms of next steps, I'll show you this list of upcoming commission and board presentations between now and the end of January, when we hope to have a board action on a new program. And we do plan to come back to you for the January 2021 meeting of Planning Commission. So we look forward to public comment and to your questions. We know the program that we're proposing is controversial, but we look forward to your discussion and to getting your endorsement to authorize advertisement in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item? Yes.
Okay, am I up?
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, terrific. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Rob Douglas. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed RPP changes to allow paid parking in our neighborhood. My neighborhood, Aurora Highlands, borders Crystal City, but was not designed or intended to become a parking lot for the commercial development on the other side of Route 1. Approximately 52 years ago, the reason RPP was started is because this neighborhood was overwhelmed by the cars from workers from Crystal City who decided that parking in the neighborhood made more sense than paying for parking in a parking garage. At that time, there was approximately 20,000 workers in Crystal City. To put this into perspective, I picked one of the traffic counting stations from Crystal City. The earliest traffic counts available 10 years later in 1980 show that the average weekly traffic volumes were 4,100 cars at the traffic station near 18th Street and Crystal Drive. Fast forward to 2015, and the average daily traffic count at the same location was up to 9,900 cars, which is a 141% increase. These increased traffic volumes come at a time when the vacancy rate in Crystal City is still approximately 15%, and the area has lost an estimated 20,000 jobs. There have been dozens of new buildings built since the 1970s. Millions of square feet of commercial space have been added, with many new buildings under construction or in the pipeline. How many thousands of additional workers do we have in Crystal City today than we did in 1972 when workers flooded Aurora Highlands? My guess is that you have no idea. Metro ridership has plummeted. When COVID is in the rearview mirror, the vacancy rate drops and workers return to their Crystal City offices. How many of those workers will decide to drive to work and park in our neighborhood? Shouldn't we assume that Arlington County and property developers have planned for and set aside adequate parking in the commercial areas without that parking spilling over into the single-family neighborhoods to the west on the other side of Route 1? Previous generations of developers and county leadership played by those rules, but if this reform of the RPP is enacted, there's a real chance our neighborhood will be overwhelmed by thousands of commuters. No homeowner or renter should have to return from work or the doctor or the grocery store to gain access to their house and are not able to because commuters have filled up the parking spots on the entire block. This would be a terrible mistake. If the current RPP has protected us from being overwhelmed by commuters, even as Crystal City workers and office space has exploded, if the county staff are recommending excluding most types of new residential development from participation in the expanded RPP, noting the county wants to ensure developers provide adequate parking to existing residents rather than offloading that parking to the street, why is commercial parking any different? We do not have a parking demand from residents problem. I submit that there's been absolutely no call for daytime residential parking restrictions to be removed from our neighborhood from anyone who lives here or pays taxes here. I've talked to dozens of neighborhood shareholders and nobody supports this proposal. This proposal is all about Arlington County wanting to monetize our streets for revenue with no thought for the unintended consequences to the neighborhood. I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Sorry I went over.
Our next speaker is Ashley Douglas.
Hi there. My name's Ashley Douglas. I also live in Aurora Highlands. And I have a few issues with the proposed program. There's a lot in the program. And I want to talk to a couple specific concerns. So my main concern is actually with changing the purpose and intent of the program. And I take issue with Mr. Krim, your comments on the notice and intent of the program. It is not a parking program. And I'll read from the current statute that the creation of residential zones is intended to promote the health, safety, and welfare of residents of the county. It's also to preserve the neighborhood living within an urban environment and maintain the convenience and attractiveness of urban residential living. And this purpose and intent is specifically what Arlington County argued before the Virginia Supreme Court in 1977 on behalf of Aurora Highlands when we had Crystal City commuters suing to be able to park in our neighborhood. So our neighborhood, which abuts Crystal City and the airport, has had long-standing problems with commuters and is why we have the RPP in our program. And I take issue that this was established as parking demand, and it's designed to protect our neighborhoods. And our neighborhoods in Arlington County are what make up the fabric of this community, and it's very important to protect that aspect. And I strongly oppose any changes to the purpose and intent as it was designed. I also want to mention lost my track for a second. I also want to mention that I know a number of people have commented on this, and I would like to know how many people submitted comments just to this Planning Commission meeting and how many were opposed. Because I think you find the majority of proponents here that have RPP like RPP, and we would like to keep it. I would also like to note on the enforcement angle that there is no additional resources being devoted to enforcement. We don't believe any enforcement will take place. In the survey, over 25% of people that live in an RPP have called the police because of existing enforcement problems. So we have an enforcement problem with our existing system, and now you want to layer on hourly parking, in which we know there will be no enforcement. And I strongly oppose recommending this go forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas.
Our next speaker is Dayana Babko.
Good evening. I'm also a resident of Aurora Highlands, and I strongly agree with the two previous speakers and their opinions on this program. We have a lot of changes happening in our world with the election, COVID, Amazon's coming in, some of these things. A lot of people are experiencing some of these things only Crystal City residents are experiencing. But people aren't really being able to be engaged with this because there's a lot on everyone's plate, and I think everyone can agree with that. I strongly urge that this proposed parking revisions be tabled and not implemented during this time. We have a lot of issues facing us, and this is not one that we should be discussing at this moment. My first big problem with this proposal is that we're going to limit the number of permit passes, and that flex passes are going to count towards the permit limit. That is going to mean that people are probably just going to pack their driveways to become bigger and park more cars on their property. And I just redid my driveway. Pavers was about 20 grand. Pavement was about 5. I went with the pavement. And I think a lot of people will, because I don't know a lot of people that can shell out 20 grand on a driveway. We're just increasing our driveway sizes and reducing our stormwater friendly options. People also like to have their kids play in the driveway. And if the driveway's packed with cars, kids are going to be playing on the street, and I think that's dangerous. I also think this program really discourages roommates. We live in a really expensive area, and those apartments in Crystal City are pricey. I have a roommate that lives with me, and she loves it, and I love it. But if we have her continue to live with us, we're going to be over our permit limit. She might not want to live with us. She has to drive to work. She works at a hospital. This program is not going to help people that have roommates, only accessory dwellings. By the way, putting an accessory dwelling is about 100 to 150K. I can't afford that. I don't think a lot of other people can. But I do have a spare room in my home, and I'm more than happy for her to be with us. Parking could really limit that. Metro just came out with an article today that they're $500 million in the hole. They're going to have to close stations, limit hours, and have less trains. Our common transportation system is really crumbling. We need to be able to get to work when we need to work. I also think we have a lot of available parking in Crystal City in the underground garages that's really being underutilized at the moment. I think people can park there if they want to go visit the restaurants and continue supporting our local establishments. We do not need this program. If you're going to implement this program, do it zone by zone where this is a problem. It is not an issue in Crystal City. Please do not fix a problem that does not exist. We are happy with our program. We are happy the way it works now. I do not think we need change where there is no issue. And with that, I end.
Thank you, Ms. Babko.
Our last speaker is Henry Staples.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening. I live in BVSCA and have talked to some neighbors and just have some points about the presentation. Hopefully you'll find a few to talk about tonight. The deliberative dialogues were skipped, and we're wondering why was it okay to move forwards without these? Are they going back to do these later in the process? We also noticed there was a missing RPP program summary for his presentation, when it started, current street mileage, number of households. What was the baseline here? Is there any current petitions to join RPP? You know, how's the program at this point? What has been the current program's effect? We know that it drops the parking, but what else does it do? Along that line, how has it affected property values and its corresponding taxing? I'll give you a hint, there are studies out about that. Throughout the presentation, there's a missing quantification to the proposed changes. Who is likely to be affected and how? Arlington has an extensive GIS system, and perhaps some map mashups could best explain this, something to go back and further analyze. We didn't see anything about what other jurisdictions are doing around here. I especially enjoyed the lead study because we could get a feel for where the markets are moving. And finally, what other alternatives were discussed? We just see the proposed idea, but we didn't see what else was thought about and thrown out and why. RPP is incredibly cheap to run. Their budget's under 400K. However, its policy change quickly affects a swath of Arlington, and any unintended effect will involve a multi-year effort to resolve. I can think of a couple options for managing this risk. First, it could be sent back to tighten up the presentation, to incorporate the deliberative dialogue and flesh out the quantification to assess the value of the changes. Second, to minimize the risk, I would consider a 6-month pilot phase on a representative section with subsequent review, study, and revision. That is all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staples. Madam Clerk, just confirming there are no additional public speakers?
That is correct.
Thank you. Are there any commissions here who wish to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Transportation Commission. Commissioner Lantelmi for a report on how the Transportation Commission heard this.
Thank you, Commissioner Gearan. And my report will actually be a combination of the Transportation Commission report, reporting on the Transportation Commission, and giving just the memo that I gave to the rest of the commission.
Excellent, thank you.
This did not go before LRPC or ZOCO. In August of 2017, the County Board suspended new applications under this program for new zones or modifications to existing zones, and directed the county manager to initiate the study of the program. As you saw, this has been done, the data has been collected, community outreach has been performed, and staff is now recommending numerous major and minor changes. The first step to effectuate these changes will be for the county board to authorize a request to advertise. This did come before the Transportation Commission last Monday, and the commission overall approved the modifications to the program, but recognized that it's not perfect. Certainly, they were definitely telling Mr. Krim that he threaded the needle very well for something that is a very, very difficult process and subject. The discussion included the need for adequate enforcement, especially given the proposal to have 2-hour paid parking in the zones, and highlighted the inability of anyone other than parking enforcement personnel to know whether a vehicle would be illegally parked. Right now, it's very clear to anybody walking by a car to know whether they're legal or not in an RPP zone. It has to have either the sticker on the bumper, the tag from the mirror, or the placard on the dashboard. Anybody can see that. If it's not there, you're not parked legally. When we have the paid by app only, there is no way anybody other than an official enforcement person to know whether that car has paid or not. Other topics included whether enforcement personnel, whether accessory dwelling units would qualify for permits, and the appropriateness of the reduction in the number of permits issued per household. The vote to approve the RTA was 8-0. As was mentioned by some of the commenters, there was a Supreme Court case on this. It was a very short opinion, but it did uphold Arlington's RPP, and it was probably the first one in the country, by the way, to approve a residential parking zone. The number of issues that are outstanding, we've already heard what the recommended changes are, so I won't go through those. And we also, the other public comments that we've read and others that I've heard while talking with people both in my neighborhood and outside of it, concern the impacts of the paid parking on neighborhoods close to dense commercial areas. A couple examples of that, as you saw, is Aurora Highlands, but also the Ballston north of Fairfax Drive up to Washington Boulevard. Issues, as mentioned, enforcement is an issue. Who also is going to be doing this? Do we have sufficient staff? We all know that Arlington has parking enforcement personnel that are not uniformed police. But is that staff sufficient, and would they be working outside the core 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. workday parking hours? I think we pretty much, this did come up the Transportation Commission also, that we really didn't like the idea of police using uniformed officers to perform parking enforcement for any number of reasons, other than for safety issues such as a blocked fire hydrant. Another concern that we raised and is before us is the reduction in the number of permits per household. There are numerous households in the county that have at least 4 adults in them, with 4 drivers, 4 unrelated adults with 4 drivers, and about 5% of our single-family houses have no driveway or parking pad. Those, even limited to 3, means that potentially one person in that house is going to have to be without a car. Let's see. So the points for discussion would be, 1, is it appropriate to expand participation to non-site plan townhouses and multifamily buildings within the RPP zones? 2nd, is the proposed rate increase appropriate? 3, is the reduction in the number of permits per household appropriate? 4, is expanding permit eligibility to healthcare providers, group home employees, and school employees appropriate? 5, introduction of paid parking in all RPP zones for non-permit holders. How will this be enforced? Do we have sufficient staff? The proposed motion is pretty much what was recommended, but we certainly could be open to others once we're done with our discussion. Again, this is just for the RTA. We will have a second crack at this at our January meeting. Transportation Commission will hear it before we hear it, so we'll have the benefit of their discussion and wisdom on this. I suspect that because this is new for all of us, I'm still digesting it and still have not made up my mind about a number of the aspects of this program. In fact, right now I am reading, if I can find it, the high cost of free parking, which might be, would be useful, I hope, for this. Anyway, turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Nantelmi. Thank you for the TC report and the report as liaison on this issue. I want to remind everyone that the purpose of an RTA is we get the opportunity to review it. We don't always get to review it at PC, but we do usually petition to review something. So the purpose of reviewing this, the request to advertise, is so that we can understand and or change the scope of the proposal. Because once the language is advertised, when it comes back to us and ultimately to the county board for a decision, how it's advertised can limit what can be addressed. So once the language is advertised, we're limited in how we can change any wording going forward. So we believe that hearing these RTAs now at the hearing allows us to generate a scope that's large enough to accommodate different points of view that might still be in play when we actually hear this item for decisions, when we weigh in on this. And I understand that's going to be in January. So we heard from Commissioner Nantelmi that there are some key points. Those seem to be the same issues that are reflected in the public comment. If you have anything to add in terms of discussion points, let me know, and then we'll go through our discussion and our motions. Commissioner Hughes, then Commissioner Siegel. And I do want to remind everyone to be very focused in their comments. It's 10 p.m. already. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Commissioner Gearing. I wanted to add to our discussion the purpose and intent lead up. I'd also like at the beginning, perhaps before we go into things, for staff to clarify, since this is not a zoning ordinance, the restrictive nature of the language with respect to more restrictive, less restrictive that we're familiar with zoning ordinance. And I believe the other thing I have is, I'll call it equity concerns within it and grandfathering.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Commissioner Siegel?
Question for Commissioner Lantelmi. I've been thinking about the differences between and among neighborhoods who would be eligible for or who would want the RPP. For example, Aurora Highlands is different from Clarendon, which is Commissioner Lantelmi's neighborhood. Does that question fit into any of your discussion topics? And if it doesn't, I would just put it on the table as a matter of whether of a concern that it might be excluded from the scope of study.
Can you clarify your point, Commissioner Siegel? Are you suggesting that each neighborhood might have its own needs and requirements?
Well, the neighborhoods might be very, very different in terms of the susceptibility of outside parking.
Yes.
Crystal City has an airport, a metro, train. Clarendon does not have an airport or train. And so did that consideration enter into the thinking of staff was really my question. And if it didn't, I'd like to see it addressed somehow in the scope.
Yeah, right. We can clarify that, but I think anything along the RB corridor has a similar issue because of the metro. Once metro opened, people would drive in from Fairfax and Loudoun, park and hop on the subway and save the added cost. Since metro is a by the mile fare, it was cheaper to drive and park for free and then take the base fare from Clarendon and Virginia Square, Ballston, than to park all the way out in West Falls Church.
That's
so
helpful.
It did have similar issues.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that discussion can be part of the scope, that the similarities or differences. Yes, so the answer is yes. Okay.
Thank you. Let's move forward. And Mr. Krim, can you address to start, the question about clarifying the language that Commissioner Hughes raised? And Commissioner Hughes, would you repeat that for him?
Thanks, Commissioner Gearing. It's so, Commissioner Krim, this commission is very familiar with our zoning ordinance. We have general rules where we may be more restrictive than our language we advertise, but we may not be less restrictive is kind of the way to describe it. Is a similar set of rules prescribed to an RTA within the Arlington County Code?
So I will preface this by saying that, I'm not an attorney, but what I've been told by the attorney's office is that this is somewhat different from certain things like zoning and taxation. The general advice I got is like, well, if you advertise something and it's about a completely different topic, that is not acceptable. However, because my understanding, and I'm going to keep my understanding this, is that because this is not other certain kinds of law or tax or ordinance, there is more freedom between what is advertised and what can then be considered at adoption than there is for other matters that come before the board.
I'd like to just jump in to clarify. Would that also apply to the fines and the fees being charged? Is that a cap? Is that a maximum on the RTA that the board couldn't say, well, we really want to do, instead of $40, we're going to do $80 because the RTA only says 40, similar to the way the budget goes for the tax rate for property taxes?
That's actually a good question. I have a guess, but I don't really want to guess at that. So I will do that as a take it back
Mr. Krim,
to you.
Please do.
Mr. Krim, we will take your comments this evening and understand it with your preface, and hopefully at January when we see you again, you'll be able to more appropriately guide us when we're trying to put a motion forward that may or may not be acceptable within those guidelines. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then let's go right into the discussion points that Commissioner Lantommy laid out. They're also in his report. Number one, the appropriateness of expanding the participation in this program to non-site plan townhouses and multifamily buildings. Comments on this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
I think this is the most obvious, and this caused the initial challenges, I think, within the RPP that brought this before the board. And I would simply point out that it is my belief that that is the most obvious thing, that we do not wish to discriminate between residents of a neighborhood. I think that's a very key thing. And this is a very easy thing to say is absolutely true. For those of you who are not aware, because staff somewhat alluded to it within inside of their staff report, Forest Glen neighborhood had an RPP in place. The county board removed that in 2019, and it was predominantly caused by the conflict caused between single-family homeowners and by right development that preceded site plans and transportation studies and adequate parking. So I feel like that's a point that was somewhat glossed over in staff report, and perhaps important for our fellow commissioners to know this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Commissioner Steinberger, then Commissioner Lantommy.
Thank you. I agree strongly with what Commissioner Hughes has just said. Certainly, I think an appropriate distinction can be made between developments that are put up under a site plan review versus developments that are put up that have not gone through that process, where we've not had a chance to weigh in on parking, and parking has not been a consideration of the development in question. For developments, apartment buildings, multifamily homes, what have you, where they went up either outside of a site plan review process, because one was not required, or it was before we kind of, it was applicable to the project in question. I certainly think we want to have parity in how everyone is treated, residents in the various types of housing in a neighborhood. And I'm kind of mortified that hasn't been something that the county's addressed yet. So certainly the time, in my opinion, is ripe to do that now, and should happen sooner rather than later. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lantommy?
Yes, I'd like to echo the comments of both Commissioners Steinberger and Hughes. The older neighborhoods, Lyon Park, Lyon Village, for example, Ashton Heights, actually have a surprising number of non-conforming small apartment buildings, duplexes, triplexes, even the occasional quad. All of those tend to be rentals. They're actually quite nice. They've been there for literally decades. I can't see any reason why people living in those should not be able to participate in the program. They've always been part of the community there. They're the type of missing middle housing that we're going to be looking toward finding ways to encourage. This is yet another way to help encourage that type of housing in the county and to help preserve it. So I do support expanding it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to your next point. Oh, Commissioner Bagley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, while I am in the spirit of the previous comments, I also would add that if there is very limited parking already available in an area, how or where are you going to expand it to? So in some areas, particularly in the Ballston, Virginia Square area where I'm most familiar, there isn't enough parking now, daytime, evening, to expand or have extra capability, at least from the ground perspective of somebody who walks through and is very familiar with that. So in the interest of equity, I would also add that it needs to not just be a broad brush. It has to understand where you have the capability to expand to. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go through these quickly, and if we've missed something, we can come back. The next point you'd raised, Commissioner Lantommy, was questioning the appropriateness of the rate increase. Comments on that item? Commissioner Morton, and then Commissioner Steinberger, and then Commissioner Bagley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to say I really strongly endorse the move to consider exploration of relief for our lower income residents. So I want to preface by saying that. And I was happy to see Commissioner Len tell me raise the book about the high cost of free parking, which many of us are probably familiar with some variation of. I appreciated staff talking about comparing our fees to other jurisdictions. And I'm wondering if buried in the analysis anywhere, I know this would be difficult, is to consider the cost of the public maintenance of the street and, trying to figure out what all taxpayers are doing in terms of subsidizing drivers and more specifically parkers. Also, is there any sort of hedonic analysis of the value added to people's homes for having the parking space? So I think, as we all know, dividing, 50 by 12 means people are paying like $4 a month for the space, which, isn't that much. So, and, compared to one metro ride, people often use that sort of comparison when you're talking about the price of residential parking. So I'm wondering if I know that's challenging to make that kind of analysis, but I'm wondering whether there's any attempt to do something like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Crum?
Yeah, so let me start with the part about imputing the value of the built infrastructure. So yes, that theoretically could be done, but we haven't done that in this case. And the reason for that is that our goal here is to pay or cover the cost of providing the program that keeps other people from parking on the street. So, in my view, the general taxes pay for the street itself. What the fees are paying for is the administration and enforcement of a program that limits who can park on the streets where somebody lives. To go to your other point, we have not looked at any sort of hedonic modeling, though I do find that fascinating in general. We have not looked at that in terms of home values and this kind of program.
Okay, I think that would be a helpful comparison. I know it would be difficult, but trying to really tease out some of the real costs and are we really subsidizing parkers as opposed to spending our public money elsewhere? So thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger, then Commissioner Bagley, then Commissioner Weir.
Thank you. So I find it very compelling that the current cost of the residential parking permits does not appear to cover the administrative costs of the program. That's shocking to me. I certainly think that at a minimum, the parking permits should cover the cost of a program that admittedly residents, as we heard even from public comment tonight, appreciate and support. And even if they don't want to change the program in other ways, they enjoy the program that they're receiving. So I think that, that being said, the program needs to sustain itself. And I was appreciative that county staff understands that, they picked a starting point for what that looks like in terms of what costs are going to have to be to sustain the permit process and the permit program, and look at what that is over a number of years to see if it needs to be adjusted. And that could, it sounds, be an adjustment down or an adjustment up as those costs are evaluated and the process is we have more data to evaluate. So I have zero concern with the prices as proposed. I'm appreciative that the county has already taken, or the county staff has already proposed, that there will be graded increments, that the first parking pass for a location is at one price amount. And then there's kind of a tiered effect to increasing costs. I wonder if that cost should even be a greater differential. if that's something, and that if we are going to at some point talk about whether there should be additional parking permits allowed beyond the 3 that are sort of the maximum under the new system that would be proposed, if we're allowing people to go to 4, if we're going to go even beyond that potentially, if the cost of those additional parking permits should get exponentially greater. And I would be curious to kind of hear others' thoughts on that. And I wouldn't out of hand reject such a plan. And again, it's a community benefit that if the community is benefiting from it, that's supply and demand. There should be a cost to that. That said, I think it's very smart for the county to have a process for lower income individuals to get those parking permits at a discount. That is entirely appropriate, but we also need to have the flip side of that, that if there's a demand for 3 or more, 4 or whatever parking permits, I think we need to consider what that looks like and what cost the community, the economy is willing to bear for those. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bagley, Commissioner Weir, then Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I agree that the county should be covering the cost of this program by the participation. I would just caution that, again, speaking in my own neighborhood, when I call parking enforcement and they tell me to go and get the makes, the license numbers, colors of the cars that are not supposed to be parked in the neighborhood, I call back and I give them the 9 car information. They come out, they ticket 9 cars in the neighborhood that shouldn't be parked here. I would suggest that we should be looking at using the money from those tickets to help cover the cost of the program, as the source of those was due to parking in a space that was part of the RPP. I also know in my own neighborhood that a 1,200 square foot townhouse, which was originally maybe slotted for 1 car, in order for folks to live in it, often has as many as 4 people crammed into it with 4 cars. Which the street was never intended to have. Given the COVID environment, I'm a little apprehensive about just saying, hey, it's okay to charge people more. I don't know what their economic circumstances are, so I'm very sensitive to that now. But yes, I do believe that we do have to have the costs covered, but I think we need to be creative in how we do it and not shut out parking tickets. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weir, then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question for, I think, Mr. Krim first. Am I right in remembering that there's a number that I think that I'm right in remembering bandied about the cost of an on-street parking space between $5,000 and $10,000? Is that correct?
To be honest, I feel like those valuations can vary a bit. I know it is less than garage parking, so that is certainly a reasonable number, but I don't know offhand like what the current area estimates are for, the either construction and maintenance cost or just the imputed value of on-street spaces.
Right. So for the purpose of my fellow commissioners, let's be thinking about, I would suggest that some envelope math that we can be thinking about is between $5,000 and $18,000. I hear the number 5 to 10,000, but the average the average land value in Arlington that I've heard most recently is about $100 a square foot. At 180 square feet, that would put the land value alone of a parking space at about $18,000. And I think where I'm going with this is that I think that it's absolutely appropriate to expect that the program is going to cover its own costs. And I'm getting a little bit here into paid parking, and I apologize to the extent that I am. But I think that if we're not expecting, if we're not looking at finding ways to encourage and allow people other than the residents to park in these RPP spaces like paid parking, then in fact what we're doing is privatizing what is in fact a public asset. And if we're going to privatize a public asset, then it's not enough to make people pay a little bit more, the people who are who now have exclusive rights to that private asset should be paying the rent. And so I empathize. I want the more reasonable voice in me would say that I want to associate myself with the comments that have been made by people before me, but especially by Commissioner Morton. But I, if the options are expand it to paid parking and raise what the fees cost or not, then my position becomes make it pay for itself, including the actual cost of the P-row. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ware. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, because the comment I was going to hold for later seems to be very relevant to the conversation that's going on now, I'm going to move my comment up earlier, because we actually heard it from public testimony this evening. And I live in an area where I don't have an RPP, but my block is 90% parked. And so it actually has crossed my mind too. And so I want all of my commissioners to think very carefully about what is the goal of what you're trying to do. And this is what the county should be thinking about too. And it does impact land use, and it's very important. So I want each of us to think about it very carefully. If you build a brand new, and I'll use the word McMansion, you max out all of your lot coverage, you get your home built, and you do it. And the very next day, the county issues a certificate of occupancy and you sell your home, and the developer sells it to a brand new loving family, and that family finds that they cannot park on the street. It's absolutely legal for them in this county to pave over all of the green space that they see on there. There's no permit that's required to just go out there and pave it all over or park all over it, and therefore increasing impervious areas. So it's kind of ironic we're hearing this evening versus last night. In fact, one of our public speakers actually said that this evening in her testimony, that she had contemplating it for the 5,000 to 20,000, which aligns exactly with what Commissioner Weir said with our already built public asset between 5 and 20,000. She was considering that if she doesn't have access to one, she'll just pave over her own and make it. And that thought has all crossed my mind before, because it's not that difficult to get a new curb cut and then to put on new pavement. So it is a function of thinking about what is the purpose and the goal of our entire effort here. And my comments later this evening will do it, but I hope everyone will think carefully about that. And if you have not read the Supreme Court decision that Commissioner Lantomi forwarded to all of you, I encourage you all to. It is basically 1.5 pages. You could read it before the next comment is done. And it may make you very well question what staff has brought to us this evening and what they're proceeding to go forward with. So I just want to leave those teasers out there, and for all of us to think there are very many unintended consequences to all of the changes here. And staff's comment that no one's happy, that's sort of an undercurrent to say this is a very complicated issue that has an incredible amount of unintended consequences that we are not necessarily fully aware of, given the fact that this has been in instance since the early 70s.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Sarli, and then we'll move on to the next item on this list.
Sorry, I just want to quickly speak to Commissioner Weir's comments, which I think are really thought-provoking. And the other one is this idea that what is the consequence or unintended consequence? I think one of the consequences that we need to be aware of also is what kind of future we want. So here we are talking about electrifying buildings and how long that's going to take. We also need to be talking about sort of weaning away from this car-dependent culture. And I think this is what we're hitting up against, a very large cultural wave that has become accustomed to having all this free access to parking and roads. And I think this is part of one of the consequences or the dilemmas that we're encountering.
Thank you, Commissioner Sarli. Let's move on to, again, remembering that this is an RTA. Is the reduction in the number of permits per household seeming appropriate? Commissioner Bagley, Commissioner Steinberger, Commissioner Lantomi.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of, first of all, I do want to thank everybody who sent in comments to us. I know many of us read them, and also thank those folks who hung out for public comment tonight, as well as totally appreciate the staff on this. This is not an easy topic to broach, but the number of permits per house, I guess my question would be based on what one of the letters came in, one of the comments came in from a family that has special needs and needs to have a second permit. My question is to staff, what is the process? Is there an appeals process for this, or what is the process so that people know? Thank you.
So no, we are proposing that this would be, the set maximum, sort of as there is today. Today, there is no appeals process for the number of permits that you can get. So it maxes out at 3 and a flex pass, and there's like no ability to change that unless the entire zone votes to change the number of permits. I'll just point out though that in the case of the one letter, the family in question, they would still be able to get 2 permits. So I understand under this proposal. So I understand there are issues with that alley access and snow removal. So I don't have a good answer for them on that. But in terms of their specific instance where they were saying that they would need to have 2 permits, they would continue to be able to get 2 permits under this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Commissioner Steinberger, then Commissioner Lantelmi.
Sorry, I had to turn on all my devices. So I think that for me, the key element to this consideration, because I do find it compelling that it is highly unlikely that there is a one-size-fits-all solution for all of Arlington. As we've heard from the speakers and as we've read in comments, Arlington has many disparate communities, and there is not necessarily one unifying parking theme that is going to ultimately satisfy, to the greatest extent possible, all residents of all neighborhoods as far as their relationship with parking access and enforcement. I don't think that's a revolutionary statement. I do think that when I think about sort of what is the appropriate number of parking permits to have for a particular dwelling, that's something that may vary by neighborhood to a point. I think it may also, as Commissioner Bagley said, with regards to what the parking limitations are in terms of amount of street parking that is available in certain neighborhoods. Specifically, she mentioned kind of the Ballston area. I think that's a consideration as well. I think that I do think that the economics of it, to me, indicate that there may be a way to resolve that problem with the economics of what the market will bear in terms of the cost of additional parking permits, and that if a dwelling needs to have 4 or more parking permits, and I'm not saying it should go up to 10, but maybe it should go to 6, that having those get exponentially greater is one way to address that. And I would be very curious to kind of see to what extent that would approach kind of market equilibrium. So at the end of the day, there's a scenario in which I would favor increasing the number of parking permits available to residents per dwelling. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Steinberger. Commissioner Lantelmi, then Commissioner Schroll.
Yes, and again, I'd like to associate myself with Commissioner Steinberger's comments. It's quite common in the neighborhoods, certainly in the RPP zones along the subway, to have multiple adults living in houses. Our single-family houses actually are a hidden source of affordable housing. It sounds bizarre to say that, but a number of these homes do have either they're group homes where there's 3 or 4 adults sharing the space, or people are renting out a room or 2 to others. It's not even noticed, but it's there, and it's not the majority, but it is a significant number of our homes have this situation, and the number of passes simply doesn't work for homes that have those adults who use their cars to get to work. Again, I absolutely agree we're trying to reduce the number of cars, make us less car dependent. But the same thing, we have to look at the reality of this is one of our sources of affordable housing, and we shouldn't be putting a roadblock to the providing of that type of housing for people. So I think that allowing for the way it is now with the number of stickers per house, and I think the idea of doing it exponentially more as go one more, I think would be a good way to deal with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. Commissioner Schroll?
Yeah, just quickly, I like to associate myself with the remarks of Commissioners Steinberger and Lantelmi. I guess as we're thinking about this, folks, I would encourage my colleagues to be thinking about how we need to broaden the language, perhaps, as this is an RTA, and whether or not, and I would also be engaging more with Mr. Krim on some of these questions about kind of where staff is on some of these issues, so that we can see where we need to broaden language or not broaden language at this point, since we will be rehashing these issues in January. So to that end, Mr. Krim, you've heard several of us suggest additional parking be allowed for, spaces be allowed here. Do you think the language as it's currently drafted allows us to consider 4 spaces or 5 or 6, as Commissioner Steinberger was noting, or would we, in your view, need to sort of make that recommendation that the advertised language is up to 5 or 6 spaces at this point?
Yeah, so again, with the caveats about my ability to interpret the law around this aside, I think we have some freedom to consider different things at adoption, but I'll say this. I think if you as a commission have a specific numerical suggestion, we certainly want to hear it. And I know that this is an RTA, but, I'm not saying, oh, just pass it and we'll deal with it later. I would like input on this. In general, how we got to this position is, again, a compromise between different viewpoints on, yes, there are people that have group homes, but as Commissioner Bagley pointed out, sometimes that can be a lot of cars. So we're trying to balance out the different thoughts about who should and should not have priority and how much access a given household should have. I'll also say that in general, we're responding to the fact that while it does not necessarily make economic sense, it seemed that members of the public were more in favor of hard caps than they were increasing prices in a dramatic way. Now, we didn't explore that in depth, well, what if it were 100 or so? It was just general concepts, but I think we do run into the feeling here that even though it's not utility maximizing, sometimes people see it as, well, everybody has the same maximum, and that is perceived as fair by many people. So I hope that gives you a little bit of background on how we got to this idea of using caps more so than just market-based amounts. But I do understand that there are different approaches to that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I would think at this stage, I would certainly want to be in a position for us to kind of consider the wide variety of options. And having lived in a house in Ballston or a townhouse that was fighting for parking in those same area near Ms. Bagley for 5 or 6 years, I know the issues that group homes face, and I know that issues that people who are fighting for RPP face. And so I've lived that. I understand that. And I concur with Commissioner Lantelmi about the missing middle component to this. And we don't want to go through a missing middle conversation and then sort of undo some of that by not allowing people in those who are sharing, sharing housing to not be able to have parking when they need it. I know you're juggling a lot here, Mr. Krim, and so we certainly thank you for your efforts. you've been insightful in terms of kind of elucidating where we need to kind of focus tonight.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Schroll, for reminding us that we need to be focusing on making sure the language is broad enough that we can consider all of these issues in January. Commissioner Steinberger?
Yes, thank you. I had a question for staff and then potentially a follow-up, because I do want to make sure, I understand that with the constraints of this being a request to advertise, that we need to be thinking about what language would be broad enough to allow that. So I'm willing, if you want, to throw numbers out, though I've done zero mathematics to this, and it would be entirely just to like jumpstart a conversation or give you guys a sense of where a number could go. But before I do that, I do have a question about how the permits are paid. I'm assuming that this is a one-time fee for the year?
Correct.
Okay. So I would also wonder if it possibly, is there like a installment plan that people can use to pay for these ever? Is that not really
we do
happens?
not. We don't have that. I think in part, one that's more transactions to monitor and make sure payment is being, processed. But because we operate on a physical permit system, I mean, if somebody were to stop paying halfway through the year, well, they already have the decal. Okay,
that answers that question. Okay, so never mind on my incremental payment idea. But when I look at the numbers, it seems like, sorry, I had it pulled up on another screen, so let me just look at that. So the first car, the first car is at $40, and we go up to with the third car, it would be $65. So I'm intrigued that the cost of a flex pass is the same as the cost of having a first vehicle pass, because the flex pass to me seems like that is in some ways the most useful item to have, because it can rotate between cars, you can choose kind of how you would use it. I would think that that value would be greater than a first vehicle permit for a dwelling, in my opinion. So if I were looking at this, I would consider having the flex pass, that being a premium, putting a premium on that. And if we were going up to like let's say we went up to like allowing a residence to have 5 or 6 cars, I would think that you could get up to about maybe that last car being about $100 is where I think that mathematically I might go with that. But again, that's in some ways just spitballing, but it seemed like you wanted an idea on a number, and I'm giving you an idea on a number. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. And what about some of the last couple of points that we were going to consider? What about expanding permit eligibility to healthcare providers, group home employees, and school employees? Does that seem within the scope of what we'd like to advertise and discuss in greater detail in January? Okay, seeing no grand interest in that topic, I'll weigh in on it. I think it's probably wise to have that be part of the discussion going forward. It's certainly come up at PFRCs regarding school location. Commissioner Steinberger?
I second that. I just didn't get my hand up fast enough. I think it's certainly something we want to advertise.
Yeah, and be able to discuss in greater detail. And as we are really, I know it's getting late, but I want to make sure we cover this last point, the introduction of paid parking in the RPP zones. This is something which we heard the public speak out about. It's something I think some of us have some comments on. I don't know that we need to think through the specifics of how will this be enforced, but is this something we want to consider? So is the language appropriate for that? Commissioner Bagley?
Yeah, when I first heard this, I was violently opposed to it. However, given the grand order of the world right now and that parking although important to all of us at the moment, on a grand scheme of a global pandemic and other things, it probably doesn't really rate in the top 10. However, having thought about this, the greatest concern that I've heard, and also in my own neighborhood, is we have no way of knowing when somebody is using a parking app. So if we're calling parking enforcement because we can't get into our neighborhood, you know, we don't know if they've done this. So if there's some mechanism that the staff can figure out so that us as neighbors would know this, then I think some of us would be a little bit more comfortable with it. But at the moment, knowing that we believe our parking is very limited to begin with, introducing this and then having no means of knowing, that's a real sticking point, and would probably make it so that I would not be in favor of this whole thing, which I would hate to see happen when I think we can probably address this some kind of way. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bagley. Commissioner Lantelmi, and then Commissioner Steinberger, then Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, this is a concept that I do believe it's appropriate for us to go ahead and advertise, because it does need a much fuller discussion. While I'm not opposed to the concept of it, I think it makes a lot of good public policy sense. Of course, it's the details that really matter. What I'd like to know from staff, and not tonight, but for the next meetings, will this have dynamic pricing? How would this be done? There's a rule of thumb that a block should be 85% parked in order for it to be most efficient. More than that, you're either underpricing it or it isn't done right. If it's less than that, then you're essentially leaving money on the table. But I think, given the residential zone, how does it work with paid parking in that, using that paradigm? If the neighborhood is already 85% plus parked, do we really want to have that block have paid parking allowed on it? It might be better in different blocks where there's only 10% parked. Then sure, why not have it? I think we need to know that. I do want to know whether dynamic pricing would be considered or would be used for this to help prevent overparking. And I think Commissioner Bagley is absolutely right about enforcement. Again, this came up with Transportation Commission. It's come up in conversations with my neighbors. This is the big thing that everybody focuses on. Like right now, we can tell whether somebody is illegally parked in a residential zone. Once the paid parking comes in by app, there is no earthly way anyone but the officials who are enforcing the law will be able to know it. And I think that's a legitimate concern. And I don't know whether the program will work if we cannot have people basically call in and say, we have a problem with illegal parkers on my block, without having somebody coming out essentially 24/7 and checking every license plate all the time.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger, then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. So I agree. Enforcement's going to be key. I think that I think Commissioner Bagley really hit the nail on the head with this, that in order for our neighborhoods to be comfortable with proposed changes and with the system, the parking permit system overall, they need to have a level of trust, and we should be committed to offering them a system in which they can have a level of trust that it can be enforced. So I suppose where my next question, and I don't exactly know how we get there. I think there's room for creative thinking on that to a point. And I also wonder if, going back to my idea of adjusting the proposed pricing for some of these permits, or rescaling the costs, if at what point kind of there's a tipping point at which would communities pay more if there was a guarantee of greater enforcement? If we could say that we're going to be able to, with additional dollars raised through this program, not just fund it as it is now, but actually fund it in a way that we could increase the enforcement that's being seen here, is that something that communities would say, well, that's a real benefit, I would pay more for that? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I think maybe it's 50-50. I think some people might appreciate that, and some people would say that's really dumb. But I think it might be worth kind of having that as an element of an enforcement conversation and what that would look like. I am appreciative that the county is not planning on actually putting the physical meters in neighborhoods. I certainly think there would be a lot of pushback on that. I understand that one of the downsides of that is that it makes it very challenging to actually follow know what cars are parked appropriately.
Where we're going with this.
Yeah.
We're interested in making sure that there is some sort of mechanism for enforcement where the community is a participant in this. That is going to be something we can talk about more in January. We want to make sure the language tonight is broad enough that lets us consider that. Mr. Krim, do you think it is?
Sorry. Again, from a, I imagine that that the language in our, proposed program or what you have before you allows for that. I will say though, without installing meters, I think Commissioner Steinberger made a really good point that there's a trade-off there. So I am not aware, and we have not come across a system where we would somehow have like visual validation by somebody who isn't a parking enforcement officer.
I understand. I'm going to say the same thing to you, Mr. Krim, that I'm reminding my colleagues. If this is about making sure we get the language broad enough, I think we'll probably have this be our only item at a meeting in January so that we can give it the attention it deserves. Right now, I just want to make sure that we are being very clear about the sort of issues we want to talk about broadly, making sure that we're not missing something or being too narrow in scope so that we can't discuss this. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Commissioner Gearing. I do want to, this is exclusively about broadening the language. So staff has chosen to make the purpose of this exclusively parking management, but then it chooses to discriminate between residents and non-residents. And we literally lost a case on this to the Virginia Supreme Court and had to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, and in which case the U.S. Supreme Court found that our reliance on environmental concerns for preventing commuting of parkers, in other words, preventing people who do not live in your neighborhood from having access to the free commodity within your neighborhood of parking, was a good and public purpose. So to what extent has staff looked back in that history? I mean, it appears it is almost completely ignored in the staff report that, this is literally the case in the United States that is the basis for it. And then we entirely strip out it from the purpose statute of the environmental concerns, because as I've already pointed out in my previous comments, it is interlinked. So what is staff's thought with that, so I can unhear it in the public sphere?
Chair Karen, do you want me to answer that now? I'm trying to be respectful of time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Basically, Commissioner Hughes, I understand your point. Yeah, we have heard, or we have worked with the attorney's office on the legal history and so on. I'm not going to speak too much to that, but I will say that what we have faced as a problem with the current intent is that there's very broad intent language, but then when you actually get down to the procedures that have already existed for affecting RPP, it rests solely on parking. So we've never, had something where it's like, well, if you find that pollutants at certain parts per million, or above a certain level, then you can restrict the parking. Or, there's noise recorded above a certain decibel at certain hours, then you can restrict the parking. It's always been based purely on the amount of parking that's available. So we want the intent to match what we're actually empowered, or like how we're actually able to affect this sort of regulations.
So then why make a discriminating basis between residents and non-residents? Why not just meter the whole county?
That's a very interesting policy question to have. I think that there are progressive viewpoints that share, or there are progressives in terms of transportation that share that view. But we do not think that something like making all parking management on all streets based purely on like payment, we don't think that's like a realistic option for the county right now.
Right. So you're making the basis to a discrimination. This gets to the point of, we got sued on this in 1972. And so I think it's very concerning. Madam Chair, I do believe that we should change the purpose statute to include areas outside of parking management, such as public health and safety, which we are empowered to do within our powers. And I think it is a necessary component of the follow-on regulations. If not, I kind of have a question of why is it not the same as a picnic shelter at the parks? I just call ahead and reserve it. What's the difference?
Can you?
It's a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question, Mr. Grimm, to my colleagues to emphasize my reasoning behind that. I think that environmental and other concerns are an incredibly important component beyond parking, and I'm not necessarily somebody who advocates for putting a parking meter across all of Arlington. I simply think that we need to be mindful of the fact of where we got to and how we got here, because it's not arbitrary, it's not capricious, it was with purpose. And while we may think of it today only as parking, it is not its basis. This is literally the precedent case across this country. So I will be quiet, Madam Chair, but I do believe that if we get to motions, I would move to expand the purpose statute to include public health and safety or other things as advised by the county attorney outside of just parking management.
Thank you. Commissioner Ware?
Yeah, thank you. I was off briefly, so I just apologize if this is something that came up while I was off. On the topic of enforcement, I would just hope that staff is thinking along the lines in the RTA, and perhaps we'll have a motion to this effect or need a motion to this effect to make sure that that everything is done to keep the authority to enforce parking violations under the RPP independent of traditional police law enforcement. And by independent, I mean in a completely different reporting structure. I steadfastly support the staff proposal here. I think it's absolutely the right way to go, but I also think that it is incumbent upon public officials, ourselves included, to always be mindful of the consequences of anything that has the chance of increasing the number of police-civilian encounters. And so any discussion of enforcement necessarily has the chance of increasing the number of encounters between police and civilians. And so that's just it. We absolutely have to be mindful of how we increase enforcement civilly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask that we start making motions at this point. I think we've raised a lot of really good points that we'll revisit when we cover this in greater detail in January. But our focus tonight was to think through whether or not the language is broad enough to consider all perspectives and options when we do revisit this in January. So with that, Commissioner Lantelmi, do you want to get us started with some motions?
Sure, I will do that. And I am just offering the recommended motion. I am not going to be making my own separate ones, even though there are quite a number of topics that I think will be susceptible to motions at our next meeting. I want to learn more before I start doing that. So anyway, the proposed motion is I move that the Planning Commission recommend the County Board authorize advertisement of a public hearing to be held at the January 20, 2021 County Board meeting to consider adoption of 1, an ordinance to repeal, reenact, and recodify Article 8 of Chapter 14.2, Residential Permit Parking Program, as shown in attachments A and B, and 2, an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Article 1, Division 1, Section 14.2-7, fines for non-moving violations, to address fines for parking in violation of Article 8 of Chapter 14.2 as shown in attachments A and C.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that who seconded?
Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Lantelmi, seconded by Commissioner Schroll. I don't think we need to discuss this. Yes, Commissioner Peterson?
I just wanted to confirm that the wording of the policy would allow for increases in or decreases in the cost for the fees and whatnot, like we were talking about earlier, or like Commissioner Stone was talking about earlier.
Understood. I'm assuming you're asking so that we can avoid making an amendment. Mr. Krim?
Right. So again, I am not 100% sure on what would like limit your ability to consider something in January as far as the fees go, because I recognize that might be slightly different than the rest of this. I will have to, unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Is there any other staff here who can give us a good answer on that? And I'm asking that broadly, Mr. Klim. I understand it's not you, but sometimes we have other staff who are here but not actively participating. And I will wait to hear from anyone. In the meantime, Commissioner Steinberger?
I raise my hand because in the event that we have any concerns that the cost delineated in the staff proposal would limit us to only those costs due to the request to advertise, I am willing to make an amendment at this point that would say costs to be that the request to advertise shall include costs for residential parking permits at the amounts delineated in the staff proposal or greater amounts as appropriate to fully fund and manage all requirements of the residential parking permit program. I didn't write that down. I'm not going to be able to repeat that verbatim. That's a problem.
But I would second it.
I can come up with something real close.
I think that goes the other way. It doesn't address the issue that Commissioner Peterson is raising about the discounting for more vulnerable residents.
Oh, we can always go lower.
Separately.
Yeah, we can always go lower, Commissioner Patel. It's the question of, can you go above what is advertised? You can always not go up to what the advertised rate is, but you can't go beyond it. At least that's the way it works for the property taxes. So we can definitely do discounts for other people, and I think that is actually in the staff proposal already.
It is in the staff proposal with regards to the discounts. It's separately addressed.
Okay, so Commissioner Steinberger, would you like to write this down and make a motion?
I would. I'm working on that now.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thanks, Commissioner Guerin. I will make the motion to amend to recommend that the Planning Commission recommend the County Board include language within the purpose and intent section to address areas outside parking demand to include public health and environment.
I would second that.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
It was Jane Siegel.
Okay, Commissioner Schroll, can you give me some guidance on this? Are we seeing this as an amendment to the first motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you. Okay. And we're waiting on Commissioner Steinberger's amendment, and then we will vote on them in order?
Yes, you'd go from the amendments, do the amendment first, and then the main motion as amended.
Correct.
Isn't that how we've done it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Commissioner Siegel's correct.
Okay. So we're waiting for Commissioner Steinberger's motion.
Sorry, I'm almost done.
We'd vote on mine.
No, you vote on Commissioner Hughes's.
Let's
we
do
settle that issue, and then we will go back to Commissioner
Then we'll go
Steinberger.
back to Commissioner Steinberger.
Correct.
Okay.
In the interest of time, Commissioner Guerin, I believe I've already spoken to the motion and made my points relevant. So
Right.
should
So
commissioners have questions, concerns, I'm willing to address
let's go
them.
ahead and take a vote on Commissioner Hughes' motion. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Abstain.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. The motion passes 11-1. Commissioner Steinberger, are you ready for your amendment?
I think so.
Thank you.
Sorry, let me get you all back.
And please send these to Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes, I will send it to Giselle and Matt right afterwards. What I have is I propose that the Planning Commission recommends the County Board that proposed RPP permit and pass fees as proposed in the staff proposal may be increased as appropriate to cover all costs to administer the RPP program fully.
And Commissioner Lantelmi, did you second that?
I seconded that, yes.
Thank you. And agree that this has been covered in our discussion, so we'll take a vote on it. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Madam Chair, one quick question.
Yes, Commissioner Schroll.
So I understand the intent here, but given that we need to have parameters, or I think we should have parameters around the dollar amounts we're advertising or suggesting to be advertised. I know that Commissioner Steinberger kind of threw out some numbers and did not necessarily earlier and did not necessarily have a lot of time to consider that. But I think it's probably appropriate for us to at least throw out an upper bound here.
150.
Okay.
But just a counter question. Doesn't she say to cover the cost of the program?
Agreed.
And wouldn't that work so we don't have to come up with a number, and we can come up with a number when we have a little more intelligence about the details of the program?
The fully loaded cost of the program.
I phrased it this way because I wanted to leave sufficient wiggle room as to what would be considered a cost of the program.
I agree with that.
Okay. If people think that's sufficient, I just don't want us to be in a position where we wanted to discuss $85, but because we didn't, request advertising that and it never got advertised, we couldn't do that. But I mean, I'm okay with the intent here, so I'm totally okay with. Okay. And if others disagree with me, then I've been heard.
I'm flexible. If I have to throw a number out there, it's going to be $100 or $150 just to give us that band. I'm flexible. I'm okay there.
So I think Mr. Krim wants to be recognized.
And I think it's confusing myself.
I'll just point out, for what it's worth, the ordinance has a provision for a fourth vehicle-specific permit that no zone has chosen to actually utilize, but that is set at $250 if you want to use a pre-existing high number.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. In the program currently, a zone may petition to allow residents to get a fourth decal every year, and the cost of that decal is $250. No zone has voted to allow its residents to have that fourth permit.
Huh. My $100 or $150 is seeming very reasonable.
And also, your purpose was to cover the cost of the program. Did you want to amend your motion?
My only concern is making sure it's something that is within the scope for us to discuss next time. And if people are more comfortable with me putting a dollar figure on it so we know that we're in that band, I'm fine. And I would be fine using the 250 since that exists as part of current policy.
But I just think there are so many.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
I seek unanimous consent to add a parentheses after cost of the program to Commissioner Steinberger's things to include not to exceed $250.
Okay. I hope there's no opposition to that. Commissioner Steinberger, your hand is up.
I forgot to take it down.
Okay. All right. Seeing no opposition, we have amended that. Can we vote on that now? Okay. We'll go through and we'll vote on that in order. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Abstain.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Abstain.
Commissioner Patel?
No.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. The motion passes with 9 ayes, 2 abstentions, 1 no. Are there any other motions or amendments to the motion?
Just the main motion.
Okay, then we're ready for a vote on the main motion. Okay, just checking to see.
As amended, Madam Chair.
The main motion is amended. Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Commissioner Lynn, tell me.
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Nay.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin? Aye. The motion passes with 11 ayes and 1 no. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Krim, for the report tonight. I think you can expect rigorous discussion in January. I want to go ahead and thank my colleagues for your leadership on all the issues we heard tonight. Commissioner Schroll, Commissioner Siegel on the green building policy, and Commissioner Lantelmi on the changes to the RPP. Items for this evening are expected to go to the County Board on Saturday, December 12th. Thank you, members of commissions who sat in tonight and also members of the public. You are able to make comment at the County Board as well. The Planning Commissioner who will represent us is Commissioner Siegel. Many thanks to all the staff who labored to make our meeting run smoothly tonight. We will reconvene on Thursday, December 3rd for the additional items on our December agenda. The PC stands in recess until December 3rd.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good night.
Thank you all. Take care.
Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair.